各位观众朋友，欢迎来到我们的赛前采访。这一次我们请到的是滔博的打野选手 Kanavi， 你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 TES 的打野 Kanavi。
欢迎 Kanavi。那我们可以看到，第二赛段的赛程其实是非常紧凑的，接连几天的时间，你们都需要非常快速的调整状态，短时间内去应对不同的队伍。那想问问大家，对于这样紧张的赛程适应的节奏还好吗？
这种赛程适应还好吧，因为我个人就比较喜欢打比赛嘛，而且打了很多队就很有意思吧。
反而是需要这样高强度的比赛去维持手感的。那第二个问题来了，因为在之前的采访当中看到你们有说过，这个赛段的目标就是拿到优胜者。那现在目前为止呢，你们是未尝一败的。现阶段卡纳维选手，你觉得登峰组里面你们最大的劲敌是哪支队伍？
现在登峰组里面感觉 BRG 威胁最大吧，因为感觉 BRG 状态比较好一些，然后他们如果不火起来，然后他们操作也比较好。
好的，我们也期待你们之间的交锋，谢谢卡纳维。Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人洛欣，在这里我们请到了 FunPlus 的阿萨姆选手，你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 FPX 的 AD 阿萨姆。
好的，欢迎阿萨姆。那你作为新成员来到 FunPlus， 和老搭档老朋友俊伟再次组合在一起，已经有大半个月的时间了，想问问你跟大家现在相处适应的怎么样了呢
FunPlus 这些人都还是比较活泼的那种吧，所以我来的话很快就适应了。
好，气氛非常的融洽。那之前在小组赛的 BO1 当中，你们跟滔博交手是遗憾落败了。这一次在组内赛对上呢，是一个 BO3 的对局。今天你觉得这一次大家交锋会有什么样不同？你们是不是有备而来呢？
因为之前 BO1 是就只有一把嘛，然后现在 BO3 是那种全局必须模式，我们还是准备了不少英雄的，看有没有机会掏出来使用一下。
好的，我们也期待今天 FunPlus 的表现了。
观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端转上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。全新纯电 G 级越野车，越野图腾，御电峡谷。微信搜索李宁官方小程序，即可定制队员专属 ID 队服。打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶一口。OPPO Find X8 系列抬手就出片，招拍氛围感。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄，敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占嘛。澳丰电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。英特尔酷睿 Ultra 台式机处理器，解锁 AI 新境界。
双剑可以，下面人哇，这鳄鱼有点太狠了，还来3点过上了。
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。首先欢迎 Top Esports， 上单369，打野 Kanafi， 中单 Cream， 下路 Jackie Love， 辅助 Crisp。接下来，让我们欢迎 FPX Phoenix， 上单 Sheer， 打野 Shadow， 中单 Care， 下路 Assam 以及辅助俊伟。LPL 第2赛段常规赛组内赛第2周第2日第1场比赛，滔博对阵 FPX 即将开始，让我们一起来期待这场精彩的对决吧。
水晶枢纽就会帮你结束。
弱者。 黑豹将吞噬你！
全军出击！
你们好，可爱的小灵魂们。 这样是不是简单多？跟随我的指引吧。
Oh my god, would you look at that? We're back to cast some League of Legends. So sorry, folks, for leaving you on the lurch for grand majority of what happened in this. This will be the case for the last little while. I see Top Esports has been kind of running through FPX a little bit. So sorry for leaving you all alone with the cast. But basically, Sam and I have to learn German to keep up our visas, which means it's going to be the case. It's going to be a little bit scuffed, so I hope this isn't ruined your experience a little bit. Not too much. As Sam and I will get back into things just after this. So that'll be fine in terms of the volume. Sorry if it's messed up your volumes for you. 21 minutes into this game, let's get back into it. Top Esports, who are the people that are really fed? Well, most people on the map.
There was a winner of the 1v1 being Care.
Yep, Care won the 1v1. Don't think it's helped them that much, Sam.
No, I don't think it has either, unfortunately, for them. They seem to be in a pretty dire position. Poor old Shadow there on the Skarner 0-4. We've seen a lot of Skarners fumble in recent weeks. Draculov on that Poke Varus, once again Giga fed. And 369 back to his Jace waves of recent weeks and patches. He's back to that old carry champion of his, 4-1 and 2 in a phenomenal position this game. But as ever, the man who's got the lead is Kanavi, who is once again diving on it, and Care just does not get to play the game. The bullet time is actually solid, but it's cancelled out well. 369 murders the RE Foxgirl in the dirt, and the rest of the team is swiftly rounded up. In another world where there's a bit more gold, those moments might have hurt more for FPX. Unfortunately, they are down 12,000 gold and a Nexus.
It's a bit of a luxury coming into cast for only a couple of minutes for one game. Wow, I'd call that a successful product, won't you? FPX losing, well, they did win that side select, but that's kind of all the winning they've done here. A lot of comfort champions for them if you look at Care on the RE. Assume and Dre liking their champions too, they'll have to go into the second game of the series without those tried and tested picks. Top Esports, easy day at the office, isn't it? 23 minutes in, Nexus falling. Again, folks, so sorry that we weren't here for the first bit of the cast here. Didn't mean to do that, of course, but that'll just have to be the way for things while Sam and I learn German in our morning lessons. For the record, it went pretty well. I was pretty happy with that. And yeah, we'll continue our stuff now. Thank you so much for joining us. I guess I can put the cameras back on. I say that I've actually turned the camera off because I need to use it for the meeting.
Farbe is the headphones, Alex.
The headphones is the schwarz, Sam.
That's it. See, we're learning. We're
learning, folks. We're learning. Hey, how's it going, everyone? We'll be loading up our chats now. And if you're watching over on Inivia as well, sorry for the confusion. Basically, Sam and I need to learn German to stay in Germany because we live here for the purposes of, you know, work and all that other good stuff. Oh, I just ended up not blue screening. That's the other thing.
Blue screen your PC. Do you want to make your coffee, Alex?
I already have half one, so I'm good for now.
I'll make myself a fresh one quickly. We're going to get ready to go.
German cast soon? Not quite good enough to do that one, folks. Sorry about that. Well, this is all going very quickly, isn't it? Oopsies, I need to really cancel that out, don't I? Because I've got double audio on. Okay, right, so, sorry if you're on Twitch, I'm just going to run some adverts. Sam and I got to set some stuff up in the background, and then we'll, So you guys got to do a German exam anytime soon? In the next couple of months, yeah, we will have to. Okay. Right, yeah, and again, sorry for this. This might have to be the way of things for the next month or two, just the way that it is. Sam and I have got to learn German. So the other problem, so basically the second series of the day is the important one. Second series of the day is the important one, and we didn't really want to mess with that. Because pretty much on every day, the first series is meant to be like the worst one. All good, no need for apologies. Well, I think for the regulars, I know that you'll understand. It's just for like other people, I don't want them to yeah, I don't want them to be really put out. Good early dives. You're trying to say top esports versus FPX isn't important? On the whole, second series of the day is more important than the first. Obviously, both are important. But the way that they've ended up putting them together is ends up like that. Aria's solo OP, don't make me laugh. There once upon a time that was a good thing. It's not particularly good when you go for the Rod of Ages build, but hey. Who am I to complain, right? Guten Tag, Joseph. Guten Tag. Wie geht's dir? Wie geht's Ihnen? Oh wow, that was an Ari death sound. I heard that. Oh god. There we go. Yeah, sorry folks for leaving you in the lurch. It'll only literally be for the first individual game, so we'll probably, if we're really lucky. Well, no, I don't. Yeah, I guess this was like a shorter game, right? So we missed like the entirety of this one. Inevitably, this is going to hit viewers, and it will not be the best. But yeah, I hope it doesn't like kill your enjoyment for the rest of the day. Hey Angie, how's it going? Or wie geht's, Angie? Angie redeemed a roast. Mein Deutsch ist schlecht, aber du... Can't think of an insult to say in German. I was going to say, my German is bad, but your something is worse, but in German. But I couldn't think of anything to say. We want a German cast to make up for it? Yeah. Got 600 people without casting, that's true. But that's because people tune in and be like, oh yeah, there'll be a cast, and there's not. Kanavi's Pantheon has been absolutely fantastic. You could just say she is as bad as your German. No. I can understand you. Nice. Cool. Awesome. What level are you? You stopped at A2? Sam and I... Well, we've lived in Germany for a while, so our pronunciation is fine, and we know some vocab, but, like, we actually haven't done lessons. So we're starting at A1. We're doing, like, a super intensive course. Lessons every weekday to yeah, get off the ground as quickly as possible. You certainly went up the whole time, so it's fair play, fair play. Had the stream running in the background, you started speaking German and my brain could not comprehend. So sorry about that, Tina, so sorry. Debate you can order a beer now? Yeah, I can do. Oh, didn't get the ult on the end of it. What exam do you need to pass? So the thing is, I don't think we need to have a specific exam for the visa because we're freelancers. And that they have like slightly different requirements, but it's more based on vibes. It's like we need to have good enough spoken German to kind of like pass for our visas, which are in end of June. So we've got to really cram. Order a currywurst and a curry ketchup with curry ketchup. I mean, I could do if I like them, but yeah. Gut gespielt is all the German I've picked up from playing Clash with the German random. Nice. I'll go to Germany at the end of this month. Most likely. Do you have any advice on places you think should be checked? Well, I went to go visit Angie in Heidelberg, and that was really nice, actually. Very old kind of castle town. Depends what you're there for, though. Honestly, I'm not the person. I haven't actually traveled through a lot of Germany, so that's not necessarily something which I can help you with as much. Yeah, there's a lot of places to go. There's a lot of places to go in Germany. You just need the certificate, right? Your lessons, like, legit? Yeah, they are legit. This place is very good, so. Do you need to go do this due to Brexit? Yes, we need to do this due to Brexit. The other casters which came over to do LEC don't have to do that. And it's okay if like you're staying for like just 6 months or whatever, because the Schengen visa kind of covers you for the first 90 days, sorry, 3 months, not 6 months. But obviously we're here long term because yeah. You have a doctor mandated stabbing tomorrow, so you need to go sleep. Thank you for looking after Chatblade, means an awful lot. Nymaera x Tolkien co-stream collab for LPL finals. Honestly, Tolkien seems like a really cool dude. I'd be, if I actually get okay at German, maybe. Have you been to PUF in Germany? I don't know what that is, so I'm not sure. Ich heiße Alex und ich bin 28 Jahre alt. Guten Tag. Well, Medic must have gone through the same then? So no, Medic, Cadral, Vedi, they all lived in Germany before the Brexit changes came through. They don't have to. Oh really? Is that what they are? Oof. So I've not been to one in I haven't been to one in Germany. I've been to museums about that. Sorry, I didn't realize that was the topic. No, I've been to others when I was back in school. So yeah, you know, I've had those very sobering educational experiences from it. I think it's an important thing to do. I do think it's an important thing to do. I think educating yourself on those matters is incredibly important. You got scammed? Wait, I went to London for the first time because those EU plans need an ESTA visa now to enter the UK. Why didn't you tell me food store charges an extra 12.5%? They don't charge an extra 12.5%. VAT is included in the price. If it charges extra, it's because you're converting from euros to pounds. That'll probably be why it's converting. London prices are very high though. It's good food, but it's very high price. If it's service charge, that's different. Each restaurant does, I swear. If it's service charge is different. That's like, but that's like if you're going to like a nicer place or if you're going with a large group. If you're going with a large group, you can take service charge off, it's worth noting. Just 2 of you. Damn, that sucks then. No, Tina. No, it's someone in another chat. So the thing which happens with the stream, and I get that watching the stream can be quite confusing at points. We currently have 3 chats open. We have this, we have Twitch chat, we have YouTube chat, and then we have Onivia's YouTube chat as well. Because I have my 2 channels, and then Onivia is where we're restreaming it to as well. Where obviously a lot of our audience is. So, yeah. But yeah, thank you everyone for being so understanding about the no cast for game 1. I hope it was fine. All the chats say hi? Yeah. No worries, Tina. No worries. But no, well, Sam and I actually did quite a similar experience, because we went to the bridge over the River Kwai, the Death Railway out in Thailand in January, and that was very, very sobering. We did a similar thing in a couple of places in Vietnam, place in Cambodia, and like, then I'm not going to call them enjoyable experiences. They are important experiences, but they're not enjoyable, right? Am I going to MSI? As far as I'm aware, no. Because I think I would have been asked for a visa by now, I think. But hey, that is what it is. But as far as I'm aware, no. Just by, you know, context clues. Right, Sam, do you mind if I take a break and you look at the chat for a bit?
Alex, while you go, I've got a potential idea.
What idea?
For a new League of Legends style tournament.
What
it's like chess boxing, but with League of Legends.
Chess boxing with
it's like League of Legends boxing.
Right.
So basically 30 seconds before every objective, everyone gets up and brawls with their opposing number. And they just sit down and do the team fight.
Sam, you realise like if you play against like Bin.
Yeah, exactly. That's why
the problem is he will beat you at the dragon fight and he will actually just beat your teeth
exactly.
out.
And they'll
before
also
the
beat your
fight.
ass. Exactly. So, but then could you imagine like Wonder, who's a really tall dude, just like leveling? Like, I don't know.
Did Sam and I get the Thai body massage? But yeah, I did actually, because, so funnily enough, this is going to sound so, look, it's not like weird stuff. This was at a hotel, it was completely fine stuff. Basically, on the flight over, I was in a chair seat which just didn't align with my back. So I had like the bottom of it sticking into like my thighs, and I had like a bit on the back of it sticking into my shoulder blades. So my back was ruined after a 12-hour flight. I ended up getting like a full, like, work I've ever experienced, because I genuinely felt like I'd lost a fight with a boxer. I came out of that like waddling. It was really painful. However, it did actually work. It did actually work. My back felt a lot better after that. So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna leave you this for an hour.
Let me go get my coffee. Do you mind adding some hot water to the coffee I've just made?
No. Let's do it.
No, I'm fairly certain the people who did our masters could bench like.
You don't have to speak that loud.
That's just me.
I'm aware, Sam, but I thought it said anyway, because I look at the green bar going up compared to the... Like, measure it against the media...
Well, yeah, but then that suggests... Okay, never mind. Coffee Americano. Yeah, it basically lattes are full of milk and quite heavy. So I only do like 1 or 2 lattes max a day, if that. See two brothers get along. I could not stand doing 2 minutes of combo with mine. We used to be at each other's throats when we were kids. We got a lot more stable over the years. He's now my best friend, really. I get very lucky with Alex. Don't let him hear that as he walks in. I know. Oh, look at that. And hey, Lorindy. Good to see you over in Anivia's chat. Hey, Alexandru. Good to see, well, least unhinged thing about British people. Which one's adding water to coffee? America? Yeah, that's one. I mean, Sam will still blue screen to death Alex every so often. Yeah, pretty much. Excuse me, where's your coffee? In the mail, Katari. It'll be there within 3 to 5 working days. Hey, your brother's your best friend? Loser. Couldn't be me, it's totally you. Yeah, that's fair. Did the banner get better or worse, both? Is the honest answer? Mm-hmm. Oh, now Alex is gone. Yeah, he's left. He doesn't want to be here anymore. Don't blame him. Give us a sussy fact for free. Gotta pay for that. What's a sussy fact I can give you? Alright, we're into draft. I'll have to think of that one as we go. Remind me. And a compliment for Duo. Well, Duo, it's a pleasure as always to have you in here. A big proponent of Arena, which I really love, and I've always appreciated your passion for esports and your willingness to get stuck in and try and make the scene a better place. It's pretty damn awesome. Sussy facts may have to wait. So we are indeed over to this one. Nymaera's Tolkien costume for LPL final? Hell yeah. That'll be the way. Our German will get that geared. Vi Renekton Kali off the board by FPX. Some very strong solo lanes. Of course, Kanavi's Vi feels pretty damn terrifying at this level of play. The double AP solo lane terrors of Rumble and Gwen. Alongside that, Neferi removed Shadow again. 17-0-10 in 22 minutes against NIP that one time. Quite proficient on the dog. So Yone gets locked in. Immediate response, I imagine, the Sejuani deny that incredible pairing. Of course, Cream's Tristana as well went on a pretty insane win rate last year. We have this conversation every time we damn well see it. But it is a very potent champion. May well be the lock-in here again. Ezreal Tristana. So, 2 very slippery AD carries who can theoretically buffer through things like a Sejuani. And they decided to go towards the Lilia and say, okay, we're going to get some AP. We're going to get a champion who, if gets enough move speed, can absolutely punish an Ezreal and Tristana who hop away. We still put to sleep. You can still catch up to them and still really, really punish. It's not an awful option in there if you can land a good Swell Seed. Shadow as well. Gets to be on a carry, which tends to be something I prefer anyway. The Nidalee to respond. Kanavi throwing down the gauntlet and saying, yeah, I see your Lilia. Watch this. One of the most legendary Lilias. Not Lilias, Nidalees rather. That too, though. In the LPL. Back at it again. Lock in the Scion and response. It's an interesting one. I mean, there's a world where it's a Nidalee top. You're not wrong. The Shy has already done it. It's 369 following in the footsteps. Kai'Sa and Kalista off the board away from Sum and Dway, which would be a lot of potency in lane. So they'll remove those big options. But there's still room where you could do something like a Draven. Memory serves, Sum has had 1 or 2 of those games in the past. They'll get rid of the Leona, they get rid of the Gnar. Debating an Ornn here, tank v tank matchup. 369's comfort zone, you get that massive engage option. Good front line there. Now between Tristana and Ezreal and Nidalee. Very solid backline. The Ornn's providing some front line. I think you're basically just shy a big engage option or a good counter pick support here. And your comp's looking okay-ish. A little more CC would be nice to make sure you're not free balling as much with the Nidalee. But not that. And there's that Draven I was wondering about. Corki would be a more stable option. That plus the Rel maybe. We'll double resist shred bot lane. Gatling gun plus mold break I think is the passive on Rel. Basically, you hit CC as Rel, you hit auto attack as Rel, you shred people's CC, you steal people's resists. And Corki shreds them with Gatling gun. And thus, between the two of you, people are left with no resist, which can be kind of sad. The response will be the Alistar, a standard matchup we've seen a hell of a lot of. Now between the Alistar and the Ornn, big frontline, 2 very slippery backline members, plus obviously the Nidalee as well, very mobile too. Care in particular here on this Yone is going to have to be very careful about when he pulls his ultimate. There's a lot of ability to just jump away from when he presses R. But that'll be the play. AP junglers, double AD backliners for both sides, although I suppose the Yone, bit of a weird one in the sense he's really a frontline dive person. There you have it. Imagine some pretty scary skirmishing. Great team fights, especially from top esports there. Eyes on Kanavi, eyes on Shadow. They're on the very volatile jungle matchups here. Lilia and Nidalee is a weird one. The Nidalee needs to get ahead and stay ahead. Whoever stays ahead gets ahead. Lilia for Kanavi. Sorry, Lilia for Shadow. Kanavi on the Nidalee. Got Ornn versus Scion on the top side.
Seeing a lot more We're seeing a lot of tanks make their way back into the LPL top lane. It does feel like players like Breathe, 369, even Bin, pulling at stuff like the Scion was only really a matter of time until we got ourselves something like that Ornn to kind of round out the crew. Pretty good as that tank, anti-tank at the same time.
Preparing ourselves to get on the road for game 2. Cast in short order. Be nice to be back on the microphone properly. Prepare ourselves for El Rift. Don't know why I decided it was going to be Spanish today. Just did. You have to deal with it. Let's let the crowds have a quick word, shall we?
How was the crowd, Sam? I couldn't hear.
It was nice.
Nice.
They had a nice yell.
I'm happy for you.
Don't we all love an occasionally nice yell? Thank you for the gift sub. I saw that come on through.
Appreciate that.
Oh,
I saw that gigantic emote earlier too, which I appreciate a lot.
I'm just saying, guys.
Hang on a second.
That's a level 1 thing.
Yeah.
You know how we can celebrate this level 1, Alex? With 2 more subs, so we could hit 800 subs, guys.
True. Yeah.
2 more. Any more for any more? 2 more subs? Do you have started it off?
Look, Sam. The thing is, people are already so generous.
I know. Look, I'm going to be shamelessly shilling, as Shadow will be shamelessly killing chickens.
Yeah, man. You know,
got a grind.
Last year, we had... Thank you for this, Ross. God damn it.
Thank you,
Duo. Yeah, so last year, I think a lot of people realized...
Hey!
Thank you for 800 subscribers,
800
folks.
subs, my god.
God, there's so many people tuning in to watch this. Last year, people got tired of seeing Nidalee in bad players' hands. I think that's fair to say. I think there were a class of champions that got like you get a driving license, you get a Nidalee pass, and if you're good enough, you can play it. In the LPL, there are only a couple of players which could really gain that. One of them was Kanavi on JDG last year. Even if JDG last year was bad in the early game, if Kanavi had something like a Lee Sin or a Nidalee, he would kick the enemy team's teeth in. Now he's on a team like Top Esports, just won a split coming into this as well. Having so many strong standard lanes to leverage off of for something like this, Kanavi on Nidalee is a terrifying prospect. Immediately invading onto the other side, quick clear, trying to find Shadow.
And the javelin toss. Shadow's now going to know what's going on. Throws down that bushwhack. Shadow going to try and get some blooming blows down. But of course, at this point in the game, the Nidalee tends to win out in these 1v1s. Lands another. Does get that camp, but still Shadow in danger with the red buff ticking. The autos flying on through. There'll be a primal surge available. Another javelin toss. Tried to backstep the Q. Couldn't quite. Autos are still good though. And Kanavi gets damaged down.
So there are a couple of small raptor wolves taken away, and yes, he doesn't get the big one. Kanavi still forces Lilia out of topside, and Lilia is now recalling. Because the thing is, you look at the minimap, right? You can't walk into enemy bot side because Tristana is pushing and Ezreal and Alistar are pushing. This is when Top Esports are at their best, brawling in the lanes, allowing Kanavi to go forwards.
JackeyLove just cleansed, but there's a push shield now coming out from Assume with that barrier. Flash away from Jway, one last one. Good flash on forwards, gets it. Jackie in danger, not quite low though, can't get the kill back. Away is still flashing forwards. Oh, Jackie and Chris.
Well, we said that. Hey, Top Esports is at their best, brawling in the lanes, allowing Kanavi to play for his own game. Yeah, this is also what happens. Sometimes they can lose the plot a little bit. Rarely happens regionally, but JackeyLove and Chris get one kill into the Ezreal, but give two over to Assume's Corki. That is not what they wanted. Now suddenly Shadow has an inroad towards 369's top lane.
Of course, Shadow has definitely been lacking a camp or two here, as Kanavi is headed back over towards his blue side quadrant, which is yet to be taken. Was attempting to double scuttle there, couldn't quite do it. Cream now being about to be jumped on, but here is Crisp off the reset, and Kanavi looking for a javelin toss. Jway won't quite be hit by it. And as Care also rebound his soul. His astral projection skills are just better than everyone else's. Go to him for all your seance readings.
We're on the, I believe we're on the new patch now where Yone, in fact we have even seen this affect a game recently, where Yone will take CC through his E now. So if he uses his E and goes pings back, he's not cleansed of it immediately. JackeyLove is heading over, does have...
Everyone's coming.
Yeah, this really is Top Esports saying, let's just keep forcing forwards towards this Nidalee, get Kanavi ahead. Shadow has only got a couple of camps in, Hex Flash in.
Try and find the angle, Jackie now in danger, but Shadow already so low, a flash and a pounce will bring down the deer in the forest. Cougar wins that one, that feels appropriate to nature and the way things go. The rest of the fight though, looking pretty good for Top Esports as well. Landing a javelin toss onto the Krugs, but they were already aggroed onto the bot lane. So Jackie and Crisp will back away and allow a kill to go over to Nidalee.
But look, this is worst case scenario for Shadow particularly. He is a farming jungler that is half the CS of his opposing farming jungler, and you just gave a kill over to them as well. So they're going to go back for Fated Ashes and whatever the hell components they want. We'll go back towards this CVT and bot side. It was initially a level 3 versus level 2. Soon manages to Valkyrie forwards once they get that extra XP up. JackeyLove does flash forwards, but then, you know, tower shots are a thing. Doesn't have the ability to flash out of the Foss bomb because he just used that to secure the kill. Bit of an overestimation, but it was close.
It was, and in fairness, I would rather see our bot lanes try that kind of thing and continue to do it. The gold lead only 200 or so, and then what it's also done is kept the pressure up, as you say, because Kanavi has still not fully taken his blue side quadrant from level 1. That is his level 1 blade buff, that's his level 1 wolves.
The Blaubuff. As I'm sure they call it in German.
That was surprisingly Austrian of you. I feel the sudden need to go dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Sheer has flash. Has ult. Does he have to flash? Maybe.
Get to the tower, as I will do in my worst Arnie impression. Sheer goes down about half HP and pulls away.
Ordered side on topside, class hand. You son of a bitch. By the way, I watched the first Predator movie for the first time the other day. I was surprised at how good that film was. Sam only watched Predator 2, which is much worse, sadly. Shadow, he's still not in the happiest position, you know. He needs his bot lane to come over.
Can he go for this invade, this blue buff being up and stuff, and Kanavi's not here, he's on Grub, so I think Shadow's going to say, look, I just need to get this back, and he's going to go farm this whole quadrant.
The most important resource you have as a jungler is time. The fact that Kanavi has to spend time on the grubs means that Shadow can get something back in the individual jungle matchup. Often that is the war of pro junglers, is where do you invest that time? Is it an early gank? Is it getting ahead in the early matchup? Or is it objectives? Often it's one of those three things, particularly in the early game. You can see that Kanavi losing those 2 camps. It's kind of a 4-camp swing, 2 away from you, 2 towards the enemy jungler. Kanavi is still half a level up, though, on Shadow, gets that objective. And if you find Shadow, will kill the hell out of him, so Shadow needs to be very careful.
Level 6 to level 5, of course, it's a Nidalee, so the level 6 not as valuable. We'll still look to go on forward. No Lilting Lullaby available. I mean, Shadow is just dead to right. There's nowhere to go. He's got a bomb on his head, and Cream will immediately ensure that dynamite fishing also works in other forms of hunting.
Yeah, there's a bit of a overfishing problem here. Kanavi, we said 4 camps.
Deers in the fish.
Yes, deers. You know that like mooses. You know they can swim. And they are, you know, one of the only natural predators of moose are killer whales, because they're one of the few things which have the balls to actually go after. Moose are terrifying, by the way.
I say that's a Mazel fact.
That would not surprise me actually. It has a lot of cougar facts because I can't believe they used to look after big cats.
Oh, that's what he.
That's
sorry,
so cool.
Of course that's what it was. Sorry, just clarifying. Sorry, Landon. I had to do it to you.
Insinuating things. More voice impressions for Sion, please, in German if possible. What's cowards in German, so we can scream that?
Well, yeah. Any German speakers? What does Sion yell when he ults?
Many things very loudly. Crisp has Ignite. Yeah, Cream could jump forwards, goes between the towers. Kaz now got his E in a bad place.
So much danger. Just waiting. Crisp is waiting for the pulverize. It's a matter of time. Decent flash to Q3 into the R. Trying to get something. Shadow's not coming on over. Cream will get the kill, but will be turned around. Surely. Lilting Lullaby required, but they do get the kill.
Clean turnaround from Care and that position. 369. Footstep forwards.
Is what he shouts. Thanks, Angie. I see you in chat.
I swear to God. Feigling. Or Feigling.
It'll be Feiglinger, actually.
Yeah. It's not Flinginger, because there's no E in the end. So.
There is, it's plural.
Thanks, folks, for helping us practice our German live on air. Kanavi, he's taken another camp away. How do you play as this poor deer in the forest here? This is the predator-prey relationship we have in our ecosystem of the jungle right now.
Not gonna lie. I'm constantly having this issue with German. To go back to this, hang on, we're gonna talk about Care. Care, I'm trying to talk about German lessons.
Care is tot.
Why are you dying?
Care is tot. There you go. He's dead. Throw that one over for it. Yeah, that's what I said.
I thought you said is.
East.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've got headphones on.
Yeah. Well, I don't, Sam.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
All
By
good.
the way.
This was honestly, given the situation, this is as good as Care can play it. Gets out of the pulve, which would have been instantly, killed him. Gets the ult for the CC, guaranteed swirl seed. Care can't do much more here. The problem is he is so far behind in terms of map state. The whole team is. It's very hard to get much out of this.
I missed this bit.
Yeah, Chris gets dubstep ignited by Jway. Bow wow, 2 for 1 actually.
It is still top esports, 2,000 gold ahead because what is being lost for all these players is a lot of camps. It's a lot of waves. Yeah, they're occasionally getting a kill back, but top esports are still ahead in the kills, and every one of these plays is coming at massive opportunity cost.
I'll say top esports probably giving a kill or two more than they should have done, but 2,000 gold at this time sounds ridiculous. Cream might actually jump on ship, by the way. This is not looking great. Yeah. Das ist nicht sehr gut.
It is not. And for the record, yeah, I know EI is pronounced I. However, my issue is I spent a long time learning Japanese where E...
Oh, double pulve.
Oh, that's a good double pulve. I've got to stop talking about language lessons when there's violence on screen. I do my job.
The language of League of Legends is
violence.
Unspeakable violence.
Yeah.
Remember that one comic which was like, all right, my turn, unspeakable violence? I think it was by Shen Comics.
That would make sense.
Which, used to go by the name of Owl Turd, but then renamed. Can I just teleport it? Hang on a second. There's an ult from Sion.
Yeah, Cream needs to get beyond the wall to be less at threat there, but that is the majority of Cream's health bar. We're going to go towards the grubs.
369.
Is in an angle as well. 369 looks for the Ornhorn, finds it, and that'll be a Magnet Storming Rel, but really it's a Magnet Storm and a teacup, possibly a Grave. As Jackie loses out the one we want to assume on the other side. That's potentially quite big. It's on the other side. Lilting Lullaby into the Fate Serum. Kanavi is likely going to die, but a flash out from Shadow means that's not going to case. Repop of the soul. Kanavi doesn't die to the fake ult from Zed.
Still has flash.
Headbutt away. Shadow's now in danger. Away from his team. Nice combo from Chris. Lands the Swell Seed into the Blooming Blows. Trying to get the passives down. And close for FPX. But no banana, or importantly, grubs, really.
Kanavi doesn't even blow his flash. How? How does he not even blow his flash? That I would have panicked so much. Top Esports, 5-1 in grubs. And we have another game, folks, but what else can we say? It is regional Top Esports. They have done so much work here in this year.
Reminds me of that time that Kanavi threw Shadow 16-3 through the Baron Pit wall in the Top Esports versus FPX final. Regular season match.
Yeah, it's not quite Hell in a Cell, and I can't quite
Into
think
the
of
grubs.
Oh, that's what happened. There was a buster shot to cancel a teleport midway through the fight. Missed that one. Really important moment, because that Scion, with that ult, could absolutely provide this early game damage. People forget how much damage, early game damage, Ornn and Scion and champions like that can do from tank rolls. We'll go back to a replay of this. Yeah, you know, Jaculov ends up getting jumped on by Assume. The Ornn ult not going towards him. The early kills going on to the Corki make a lot of difference. And actually the Valkyrie gets good damage for an extra couple of ticks of there too. So Assume at least holding up his end of the bargain. That's a phrase I use quite a lot in case you want to call me out on that at some point.
You're not holding up the end of your casting bargain, Alex.
No. Yeah, but...
It's in the contract. More words.
What happens if they are compound words? Because if it's like in German, you get paid by the word. Don't you just do the single word? Oh, that's a dive onto the bot side. It's alright. Shit, he will die slowly but surely.
Crisp tanking up a lot of damage there because he has unbreakable will, and Scion is a little more breakable currently.
I have a fun fact. Maybe I should wait until someone redeems it. Well, whatever, I'll do it anyway. You know there is Roman numerals for 4 is IV. That's the way people say it. Technically, also correct to say I as well, the 4 I's in a row.
Okay.
Because people who do the chiseling for words would do it by the letter. So they get paid double for that way of writing form. So even though technically it's against the grammar of it, because of societal reasons and economic reasons, it's actually correct
hilarious.
as well.
Jackie, again, eating a lot of damage from this Corki, who is in a pretty good spot this game. Jackie down a level here as well. Will be fine eventually on the edge, but not with that Trinity Force yet. It's actually significantly weaker than this Corki, who has picked up a lot of the early gold. The thing is, on the other side, this Tristana is insanely fed.
There are 2 AD carries in this game for Top Esports, and one of them has a 30 CS lead and is about to get the 5th turret plate from that bot side tower. Gets the first tower of the game. It has a cull as well, as Sam points out on our screen. FPX need to make power plays kind of now before the Tristana hits critical mass. This is Cream's Tristana 2. Last year went on a legendary win streak, even against, actually thinking about it, some incredible international competition.
Yeah,
people are like, oh, Cream's bad, unless he's on Tristana. He could beat Chovy on Tristana. He could beat Faker on Tristana at points too, you know. They did take games off of world-class teams with Cream on this pick this time last year.
Very much dead, and on the other side of that is 369 in the frontline race, is way ahead of curve. You've got this Nidalee way ahead of curve, and that is going to be problematic. Yes, Shadow's at least got level 11, at least got the Leandry's completed. Sorry, he's not even level 11, he's at level 8. He's 2 levels down on Kanavi. But, you know, he's having a rough time here, but that's still a very difficult position to be in. The mid turret going down is helpful, but I fear with a minute or so until Herald, I don't know how long or how freely that difference in turrets is going to stand, especially when it doesn't feel like anyone's going to stand against this Tristan, who's, again, as we said, a single CS of a cult cash in and nearly at a second item.
You have the damage. Now, often team fights are a combination of damage and then also being able to safely deal that damage, whether that's a lot of CC, whether that's range, whether that's a tank frontline. They have the tank frontline. A 2-kill Ornn is so far ahead. Chue might go in for a flash play here. The problem is, if it does, you might get a teleport from the Ornn. Do they keep on playing?
Great angle at the very least, forcing a flash out of Kanavi. Not bad, actually, from FPX. Getting the ult, getting a flash. You could do a lot worse there.
I will say, I was really quite afraid that Ornn would teleport into that river brush and come in with an ult. Remember, this is a 2-kill Ornn. The fact that he didn't pull the teleport shows me that the comms from Top Esports is, we're safe, we can let you stay in that side lane. That's exactly what happens. So now FPX, they do blow that flash on Kanavi. Could be worse. But they do lose out pressure on the map again. Just as the Herald is spawning, 369 can hold on to that teleport now and use that to impact that Herald fight. And with 5 grubs, huge Tristana and a Herald potentially in pocket, Top Esports can genuinely look to break in a turrets even at this timestamp.
Over go FPX though, they're the ones in the river first, but Top Esports going to come over and fight. Remember, no ult on the Alistair though can make this interesting. Teleport's now beginning to fly. Cream on a flank angle, but he is a Tristana, not the best flanker. Needs to be a bit wary as he is spotted out by that far side alteration. Down to 2,000 HP as the Herald. Smite fight is won by Kanavi. Flash forwards from Shadow, looking for the lilting lullaby. Will get it onto 2, but well buffered through by 369. On the other side, into the backline goes Care with the Fate Seal and will surely bring down that Nidalee. Does so, but the rest of the fight is Top Esports. They've gotten 2. Care knocked up by the searing charge, and down goes Yone.
You got the Cougar pelt, but what has it cost you? You've got Tristana killing a turret already, the 5 grubs, the Herald in the inventory of 369 who immediately summons it in mid lane. Top Esports off of this get themselves the winning kills, the winning objectives, and they're going to take turrets as well. FPX did not set up the map well for this, and they did not understand the consequences of that fight. This is going to completely break the dam open.
It is already 7,000 gold ahead. I think it's going to be a very swift day today, at least in terms of this series. They'll back away, damage done. And just look at the items, there's a lot of gold still to spend. I am excited to see what happens when people return to base. Look at the replay again, because this was an interesting split fight.
Yeah, I mean, 369 puts himself right in front of the team and lines himself up to get a really good ult and also stand in front of Kanavi. Look at his position. He just puts himself between the Scion and the Lilia as best as he can. You can't stop the Yone. You can't stop that. But Care at least only gets 1 with his ult. It's not Kanavi and Jaculov. It's not getting onto multiple people. Some of the damage survives. Cream's completely fine on his own too. That Tristana mops up a couple of kills. And the map is completely open now. You've got taken all of the outer turrets. You have a 6 going on 7,000 gold lead, and Cream can very successfully 1v1 anyone on the map. He's very, very close to 3 items at 18 minutes. If he gets towards a Lord Dominates Regards, while Scion is also down 1.6k individually, where is your front line? It just doesn't apply.
And again, he's not gone towards tier 2 boots. He's got happy enough on the free ass boots, which can sometimes be a risk if you feel like, look, I need the attack speed or I need the defenses. But right now, having those raw damage windows has been very, very potent. 369 tries to go for the volcanic rupture into the searing charge. Can't quite do it, but now Care. Potentially a threat from Chris. Will back away. There was a little question in chat that I know has been answered, but for those of you who are a little bit newer to watching League of Legends or not watching that much regularly, the little counter under the turrets that looks like a sort of black rose emblem is exactly that. It's for the blood petals, the roses that now spawn on the rift. Often marked where people have died, by the way. That's what they're kind of grave markers for violence on the rift. And if you attack them, you get them for your team. They are a global buff for your team, and they give you a little bit of experience and a little bit of adaptive force, and they do add up.
We have had them in the game for, 4 months at this point, but it feels like they're kind of hidden to the point where you actually should bring them up every now and again, especially when you have the Ruinous Atakan on the rift, which spawns a grow over them. Kanavi just picked up one of the ones which counts as 3 there. The extra XP, the extra adaptive force will very much go a long way. Care can't even take himself an outer turret. FPX have taken mid lane outer turret, which is of course the most important one, but they haven't opened up the side lanes at all. And it feels pretty bad when your Yone is down in XP versus an Ornn and can't deal with them in a side lane.
Shit, gets jumped on by Kanavi, who just hops right on out the decimating smash. The damage, even from 2 poke champions, is still adding up on this Scion, who's still caught an item and a half. The Hollow Radiance helps versus this Nidalee, but I'm also just going to say, you're doing that into double AD carry, my friend. I know Ornn does some magic damage. That's still a rough item to feel like you need to build first.
Teleport up towards the top side. Cream, where's he going with this? I guess what he's trying to do is maybe do... Well, they're changing the lane assignments. That's what they're doing. Because they want Cream in this top side. No Dragon up, of course. I suppose that might be a bit of a mistake with the Atakan up, but it's not like FPX can really rush it that well, especially with a 2,000 gold deficit in the jungle. Lilia not happily power clearing anymore. Kanavi is still taking his camps. He has 4 camps of his own up on the other side. Is it 4? 3 rather. 3, sir. 3.
Cream off that teleport and that wave did earn himself Lord Dominic's Regards, which is there. 3 items versus 1.5 for Scion now. Oof.
If you do want to, talk about Tristana throwing the holy hand grenade at them and it goes 1, 2, 5, 3, sir. 3.
I'll do it. We can do that.
We can do that. So if you do that line, I'll chime in at some point in the team fight.
Is it with a bomb on someone's head?
Yep.
Okay.
If it's appropriate, Sam, just make sure it's clear and that I understand it.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think that'll be really good.
Alright, gonna throw a bomb on. 1, 2, 5,
3, sir!
Hey, they died!
You say 3 to end off the quote. God damn it, Sam, am I working with an amateur here? Easy kill on such a way.
Isn't it 5? Because that's the idea, is I count too far and you go to 3.
So you go 1, 2, 5. I say 3, sir.
And you go
You say 3. What you did was yay!
I'm working with amateurs here, Sam.
You're not wrong. Oh dear. We're going to get that to go.
I even explained it in excruciating detail. Could have done it. Wouldn't have been. Maybe I should have done it. Maybe I should have done it in German. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh god.
3.
Oh god. Well, I think this game has gone on to silliness. It has been for a little while.
Die her. Die.
Actually choking on coffee.
This conversation with Jin's Nightmare, it was a bit. Hello, Cloud Strife. What are you doing outside of Midgar? How's Tifa these days?
Oh man, I'm kind of still of two opinions of what they've done with Zack Fair's story, because obviously he's still around in a way that he wasn't in the original. Crisis Core is one of my favorite, very, very favorite games ever, and one of those games where I feel like a lot of people didn't play because it was on PSP. But really good game. I enjoyed it. One of the better well, technically not even really that JRPG. It was more kind of because it was less about the turn-based combat stuff.
True. I think the thing with the JRPGs, you have a guarantee. You are guaranteed.
Oh, Cream has Lord Doms.
Yeah, she does not enjoy that experience at all. This is not a JRPG. This is a horror game.
Yeah, this is Toho. This is bullet hell now. Tristana, way too much high caliber ordnance flying at that Scion at this point.
And you know that Ezreal that was behind now even has gotten a Trinity Force upgrade to bring him ahead of curve again. So people are starting to get those ornaments. Used to be Trinity Fusion used to be the name.
Oh, Astrol popped.
Tried looking for that head button to the wall, went looking for a kill onto Assume afterwards with the pulverize from that taxi. 369 now teleporting in. Over comes Scion, who once again yells Villinger, whatever the word is, I forget it. It's Villinger, I think it's actually what it actually is. And there are no cowards at top esports. They are down to go and fight. The Lilting Lullaby comes on down, but to what end? There's the cleanse coming on through, which allows Jackie to keep attacking this turret.
Yeah, jumps forwards, but he really regrets that decision. Can't get the kill as he jumps in. And Top Esports clean up shop. FPX have only... Their last game was a 24-minute stomp. This one is at 24 minutes, and it's just holding on, but it looks like it'll also be done in short order. Top Esports have taken no prisoners here.
They have not. I'll take that turret. Cream is so ungodly strong. Remember why people love this champion for him. He thought about taking the Hex Gate, and Jway said no.
I think it's really interesting, actually, that Cream went for the upgraded Lord Dominate's Regards over something like the Infinity Edge. I don't know I don't know what it gives you. Does it give you extra armor penetration, actually? Maybe it does. I'm not sure.
The Infinity Edge upgrade?
No, the Lord Dominate's Regards, because I was wondering why that would come in there. Of course, it gives you crit chance. It gives you AD and armor pen. Scion, kind of swing and a miss there. And that means the front line's completely out of position. Look how well Ornn is positioned to kind of peel for his team, stand in the middle of them, stand between Damage and him, and how poorly Sheer did that on the other side. Playing a tank can sometimes be quite a quiet business. Shadow, jumped onto by Jackie Love. Doesn't get the Dream Dust onto him either. Here comes Dway, but it feels like it's too late. Once again, the God of Peel makes himself known. 369 peels the enemy team off of his carries and lets them have a free fight.
There's not 3 dead, there's only 2 so far, but unfortunately I feel for Shadow and Sheer, they're going to have to run the wrong way, away from their base. Shadow's going to reset. Sheer will once again yell cowards.
Feigling!
I think it's Feiglinger, it's a plural.
Right, okay.
So yeah, but there's more than one coward, there's more than one Feigling.
That's great, Sam. That's great. Well, Sheer, he's not really going to be around to see his base fall at this point, is it? Did they clear the wave? No. Tristana has a 6.4 thousand gold lead, 4 items, and is sat in the base.
Standing there and autoing! You're my masterwork, Sculpture Scion. Eat fire!
If that ain't aura farming, I don't know what is. Cab has the bomb on his head, goes in for an ult, but is that going to be enough? I doubt it.
Cream now gets smoked. Doesn't really die from it. Clearly not a high enough level paladin. As soon we'll go Valkyrie. Oh my god, I didn't get a chance to say either 1 or 2. Never mind 5 or 3 set. Now they're going to be a lilting lullaby. The Shattering Strike claims the kill. Actually, Lilia's burn does, but I thought the Q might have.
Oh man, well, Cream does go down. He still has a 6.3 pick individual advantage.
He's on 4 items. He's gonna have even more than that.
Shot to flicker blades.
No, he had that for this fight. What he did there is he ended up selling a ward to get his boots upgrades available.
Okay,
well, Kara ended up getting Jackie Love at least. It could have gone worse, I suppose. Actually, all things said and done, getting 3 in the base.
Not bad.
Not bad, actually. Yeah. I mean, this damage is absolutely absurd. Assume did not get to live that much. No. I'm very surprised he got hit by that, actually. I guess it bounced off of the wall and splashed on him in midair.
I think it hit as he pressed W, so the animation of it landing was a little bit muted. Either way, the kill's in. Kanavi has got a book in inventory, of course he does. Still got a Seeker's Arm Guard. Nearly at 5 items is this just on. You've got 2 on Yone. 2. You are 3 items ahead.
What else do you say, Care? Care has been hard diffed here. This is such a big mid diff. Such a big jungle diff too. Kanavi, MVP of game 1. Cream has enough range that he can fire over the back of the pit now, doing the Caitlyn Classic. And yeah, that Tristana does 1,000,000 damage per second with, I don't know, nothing FPX can really do about it. Top Esports, the only kills they've given over is because they felt a bit tee-hee-ha-ha funny flip, and they've given 1 or 2 freebies over that. We're at 27 minutes. I thought this game might have actually ended by now. Dway might go for that, but cancels it out. FPX not feeling like they can pull the trigger.
This is why meteorology is such an inexact science, right?
Yeah.
You can see a magnet storm coming, and it just peters out. Doesn't happen.
I don't really... Well, meteorologist... Oh, right. I mean, it's bad forecast, I guess, then.
Yeah.
Tao's gonna die. The last one outside of the Nexus turrets themselves. Inhibs will fall. Baron buff is up. I don't think FPX can wave clear this, folks.
There's another mark on top of 369 head, which he doesn't care. There's another bomb, and Sheer eats the damage, yelling once again about the cowards in the game. But 369 goes forwards, gets a massive volcanic rupture. Assume losing that 1v1. It's a decent chunk on the other side. Sheer goes down to the zombie form, but it means nothing at all. You finally kill off Cream again. But to what end? The rest of your team is just dead. Your base is gone. And Top Esports Goomba Stomp FPX into the dirt. Still undefeated. Top Esports 3-0 in series.
The Phoenix left in ashes again to see if they can be rebirthed against another opponent. Top Esports, current LPL champions. Poor at first stand. Exceptional regionally. We've said this in every series for them, basically. If you're here to watch Top Esports fall, it ain't happening here regionally, is it really? I'll take a bow. And we're done with our first series of the day. It's a quick one, which is shorter than our very long day yesterday.
Oh, well. Here we are.
Alright, only podcast 1 and 3 on YouTube. Is this supposed to be like this? Yes, because it took a long time to get episode 2 to us, so it was basically irrelevant by the time we ended up doing it. We do have an episode 4, which Sam will have ready at some point.
Yes, do you download it as well for you? I can do that.
Well, it's already been a couple of days since it, so we need to get on that ASAP.
We'll this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you. I will get hydrated because I still puppy as well. But yes, we do have an LPL recap, and we talk about some of the players, of course, around the place. Don't think we talked about Top Esports. No, we talked about one of their games against Anyone's Legend. We talked about that series there.
We had a conversation about FPX, actually, and their kind of journey to make it to Ascension Group as well, because it was not simple, and honestly, it was kind of unexpected. I think they did it in a style that was relatively impressive. And again, they are 0-3 now, but this is the first series where they haven't managed to get a game, haven't been at least vaguely competitive, which is pretty significant.
Oh, don't talk about the tooth cup. It's Fox masks. It doesn't look... No, don't call a cup full of teeth. I'm just... Look, I'm actually going to remove it. It looks so bad now. I actually can't look at it the same way again.
Tooth cup.
No,
it's like you're in the tooth fairy, Alex. This is what it is.
I hate that so much. You have no idea how much I hate that. I don't like it. Goodbye, tip jar. It's gone. It genuinely upsets me. Anyway, that's our first series of the day done. Invictus Gaming are on Anyone's Legend. Invictus Gaming have really good strong lanes. Anyone's Legend, very good strategic play.
It should be a fun series,
That one should be great. That one should be great.
I don't know who to call on that one, because I think both teams have been volatile enough, and the players are volatile enough, that there is a little bit of form on the day that I think is going to matter. IG deservedly lost the series we saw the last time. But I think Anyone's Legend as well going to feel a bit annoyed about how they lost to Top Esports. I'd actually misremembered thinking they'd beaten Top Esports. It was that kind of close. That game 3 was a bit of a weird one, and game 2 was a good win for them. But there we go.
Who beat? Oh yeah, no, yeah. IG lost to Top Esports in playoffs last split. Yeah.
I'm talking anyone's legend earlier this split as well. Should have beaten Top Esports.
Yeah. No, they got 2-1, although it probably should have been a 2-0.
Oh God, Cream.
Oh, that's absurd.
Oh no.
That's 1,500 damage a minute.
I mean, I know there was a lot of hitting Sheer in a side lane, but still, that is silly.
That's ridiculous. That's insane. 40,000. He's doing the same as 2.5 members of the enemy team. You know, if you put Care and Assumes damage together, it's still less than Cream's. It's ridiculous.
I mean, you're also looking at pretty good numbers from the likes of this Ornn, right? Ornn's doing, I mean, again, you're into Sion, you get some of those stacks, but, you know, actually, the whole team is doing significant amounts of damage. I swear
this is Velkt. It's crazy.
I swear to God, if TES go to another international event, I'm going to do
what's the German slang for crazy? It's krass. It's meant to be crazy, I think.
Crazy?
Crazy. I was crazy once. Look, in a room. Rubber room.
Rubber room with Sam.
Yeah, that's the worst.
Sam made Alex crazy.
Yeah. Compliment for Mr. Baneblade. You know, you have named yourself after one of the best models that Games Workshop have ever made. The Baneblade almost made me collect Imperial Guard, and I am like hardcore Eldar. Like the Valkyrie and the Baneblade, they are the two things I was like, damn, cool. They're really
when
cool.
When the plastic kit came out for Baneblades, whew.
Yeah.
Also, I saw you respond in the Discord by IC Montes. The angle you shot at that made it look as though you were looking up at the screen. It's like, oh my God, are you in the arena watching these games?
Oh yeah.
And then he was just lying down with a weird view of his TV. So it's like,
yeah, I thought I actually saw that too, and I was like, yeah, are you in the arena? Yeah.
Just baiting us.
There's the Bane.
See perspectives, guys. They lie to us.
No, but honestly, Baneblades are so. Also, the Warhound Titan looks so goddamn cool. The Warhound Titan is awesome. I think it's the best looking Titan, and I love the Phantom and the Revenant Titans, but Baneblades are so good.
I quite like the Imperial Knights stuff as well, actually.
It's less my thing. I mean, they're okay. I don't mind them being feudal stuff. I just didn't like the fact that like they were allowed to have basically pseudo Titans. They were very broken on release for a while.
Yes.
Great. I will pause to check as well. But so thank you very much. Victor's Gaming AL. It's actually quite hard to predict. I actually think IG. I think AL. Well,
you know what? I actually think it might be AL. I think they looked better against Top Esports, who I think was the other competitor I saw them against.
But the thing is, like, if AL win, it's typically through Tarzan's strategic masterclass, and I think Jeje looks really good. I think actually our top junglers look really good right now. They're sadly, I think our top junglers are Tarzan, Kanavi, Jeje to me.
Agreed.
I think that Tien can be there, but I think Tien can be there, but those are the three which come to mind first. Yeah, I think those are our top 3 junglers right now. And I think that, you know, if you need to have a jungle diff for... Not need to, but if it's very important to you to have a jungle diff, I don't think you get it versus Jeje very easily.
I also think that IG are going to be frustrated, particularly by that game 2 versus BLG, where they should have won it, and then Elk just went and did a 17k team fight, right? Like, that was... I don't know. I'm really excited for this game, because I think both teams have come off some games which they want to kind of rally back from against direct opposition, who are also towards the top of the table, and they came out the wrong end of that. So if you lose this series too, I think it's going to push you down the standings a little bit, actually.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I don't know whether that was me that said I got pronouns wrong about the way, Monty, so I apologize if that was
Oh, sorry, it might have been me. Apologies.
Yeah, I think it was, Sam. Fuck you.
I'm sorry, Monties.
You assuming shit. It's all good. Well, we got
That's genuinely a problem. I apologize.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Kanavi MVP. Not great. I mean, Kanavi was insane in the early game. Sorry about that, Monty. Appreciate you letting us know. I mean, Kanavi was insane, though.
He was very good.
His early game was disgusting. It was actually unplayable once he got rolling.
I might have given it to Cream, but I agreed. Like the more how do I put this? The more proficient part of the game, if you know what I mean, where like Kanavi had to like do some crazy stuff, was on this, right? Like his early game was so foul.
The game was effectively unplayable because Kanavi shut the Lilia down so hard. It was a 4v5. It was such a 4v5.
Yeah, it was.
And yeah, you know, didn't necessarily have the damage numbers at the end of the game. Handed that baton over to the Tristana, but this game was unplayable. This is such a funny clip, actually. Oh, great.
No stress, Monty's. That's absolutely the thing you should tell us. We're getting things wrong, but that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially when it's about you.
All good. All good, all good. Shun, I don't think that Shun is a top 3 jungler. I actually have issues when... I think Shun can sometimes lose the plot. I think that... and this is my problem with BLG before, is like... BLG were really good, and are really good, because Knights and Bin are so ridiculously good at all times, all the time. It's absolutely insane. Now, I think that Wei Elkanon last year, and then... Shun Elkanon, and now Wei as well. I think they're good, but I don't think they are necessarily international tournament winning good.
Yeah, because I think the thing is, and I've had this conversation with you before, but I think that there are conditions to make Shun great. There are certain game states where Shun is one of the best in the world.
Yes.
And there's a lot of other ones where he is just nowhere near that. And that's basically if Shun has winning lanes and the ability to go into the enemy jungle and be really, really proactive and really, really aggressive, he's fantastic. If his lanes are losing, he just isn't the same player. If he has to play just a standard defensive, almost cerebral game where you go, okay, I can't be here because of X, Y, and Z, or I've got to play from a slightly losing game state, and he's nowhere near as good from that perspective.
Yeah. Do you think IG can get the upset and win 2 games? Yeah, I think they can. I think that this next series should be fantastic. This should be great. I think that JJ versus Tarzan is a matchup I need to sit down, I need to rewatch it, I want to see the thought process, because I actually think JJ is the best well-rounded jungler within
He's certainly
LPL.
stable.
Well, I think that he might not be the best carry. I think that's Kanavi. I think also, you know, Tarzan is very, very good at finding intricate game patterns. I think JJ is...
Tarzan's playbooks are fantastic.
JJ is good at everything you put him towards. He might not have the carry potential in the same way. There's an interview, and we'll obviously let you guys listen to that as well. But yeah, I really like JJ. I think he's on great form. Sometimes he does overplay. I think that he is in the shortlist of top 3 though, and I want to see where he lies with that against Tarzan, because you don't get to see those matchups often.
The last interview I saw from 369, he told Don Jake to lose weight, which was fantastic.
Many times actually. The interviewer actually dumbed it down and said, "Oh, it's because of your size," and it's like, no, he's calling you fat. Legit. Yeah, there is an interview on Ruddy Esports on YouTube where 369 calls Don Jake fat several times to his face, and it's very funny. That is a heck of a poopy skirt.
It's wonderful.
Yeah. Fun fact for Zeref. I think.
还是野区优势非常的大。说起这个的话呢，那就先来讲讲你和卡纳韦已经打了很多个赛季了嘛。之前在京东也一起这个打过比赛。
I mean,
你们俩算是
oh, that's. I mean, I do have. It's not a fun fact.
时间的老搭档了。今天这场比赛打了之后呢，你们
It is possible. It is possible to conceive if something leaks from your stomach, by the way. Like if you get, so if there was a person who got shot and it did inadvertently end up getting them
That's a great fact, isn't it? I'm not sure I call it fun.
No, it's incredibly strange biological stuff, right? But it is actually possible. That is a thing. Someone got shot and, you know, stuff happened. But
that's wild.
Obviously they lived, but it was like, what do you mean I need to get, like, you know, XYZ, whatever.
Huh.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll leave it there. I won't go any more, like, crazy.
I mean, that's a wild story.
But yeah, there's your fun fact. It is possible. It is, that's pretty sussy, I thought.
There you go.
I'm sorry I'm not on the same page as you.
I suddenly have Bon Jovi running through my head, and I shouldn't.
Shot through the heart! No! Oh, God, no!
You give love a bad name!
That is... Oh, yeah.
There we go, that's sussy enough, isn't it? There we go!
I guess so.
Oh, you gotta play child's spot.
Oh no! I have no idea, Premio. That one I did actually. There was a medical paper done on it because it was so, you know, medically wild. Yeah. Those edge cases can teach you a lot about stuff like that. Compliment for Harold.
He's actually a really great cook.
Oh, Harold's a
few times for us. He'd come over and he just like goes to this crazy Italian store in Berlin, comes back with this incredible like Italian like delicacies and makes like phenomenal food.
Yeah, Harold is really actually very good at cooking. Yeah, that's a fair point.
Highly recommend receiving the cooking of one Harold Hamhand at one time in your life or another. I'm gonna go make myself a
You go do
coffee.
that.
Do you want me to do anything for you while I'm out?
Nah, that's good. I've got a coffee as well, so I'm good.
Awesome.
Yeah, next series, Toppy Swat. Well, Invictus Gaming vs AL. This one do be the big one. The big one.
Time for a pilch break. Exactly. So.
Yeah. I think we need some evidence for the good cook plane. I mean, we have first-hand testimonials here. It was really good.
All right, Harold, you've got like you got a few people to cook for in chat right now. Can
Yeah.
you get going?
Yeah. Order up. Upon payment of travel, I can cook on demand. Nice. Time for a pilk break. Exactly. You know what's up. Pilk for all. When I am you know Imperator of the United Earth Federation, I will instead you know pilkened games instead of bread and games. I'll be back in Berlin soon. Nice. Oh, you live in the US? US will be expensive. Oh, cool. Is this time zone actually like savable for you? You know what I mean? Like, is this time zone actually like okay for you? $5:54 a.m. What? That is Jesus. $8:55 p.m. Actually go to TN time for League. Oh, you're okay. You're further east than us then. Yeah. For the love of the game. Well, I love LPL, so I can understand that very much so. If I get this new job next week, I probably can't watch live anymore. Well, you know that's life. League will always be here for you if you find time for it. You know. At least the first series was quick. Yes, it was. I cooked dinner, watched the GOAT region casted by the GOAT caster, sometimes not even cast by us, sometimes we just have it on completely silent at start. And we're back, once again. League has been in my life for 15 years. Yeah, similar actually now thinking about it. Wait, no, mine's less long than that thinking about it. Non-DS style low box. Okay. Right. Man, FPX only had hard matchups for now, right? They did. Yeah, they took a game off of IG, though, it's worth noting. They did take a game off of them, which is important. And they did a good job, though. Thank you for the stream streak, Fairy Tale. Does anyone know who the name of... Yeah. I assume you're talking about I assume you're talking about the glow cap. Angie, of course. You know, this very handsome fellow. Oh, so in German lessons earlier, we were meant to like be like they're like Angie, was ist das? Welche what's color? Farbe ist. yeah, the mushroom cat, you can make it change color, yeah. You bop it. So it goes from like from low to bright to brighter to then changing colors. G'day, J-Borg. Yeah, Harold joined us a couple of weeks ago, it was very cool. Trey cool. I do change my mood upon getting hit. Same. I think most people change their mood upon getting hit. I guess it depends a little bit on, yeah, it getting angrier. Yeah. You know, some people have different reactions to that. I ain't judging. Anyone's legend, please play good. I hope so too. I think it's so important to have our top teams actually push each other. The IG BLG series, very, very entertaining. I'm kind of sad it was a 2-0. Very, very good. Surprise German test. Was hast du heute Gefrühstück? Was that, what did you have for breakfast? Is that what were they? Ich habe nicht gefrühstückt. Yeah, my breakfast was German lessons. I consumed information, is what I did. We need anyone's legend in Worlds. I would love to see them at Worlds. Seeing Flandre there again. I think there are a lot of players here I want to see the best of, you know. Ich klopf gleich in deine Tränen. Gebe dir ein Schnitzel. Nice. By the way, Nymaera, I messaged you about on Twitter about 2 years ago about advice on how to get into casting. I'm now casting my first LOL tournament in 2 weeks. That is so cool. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Can you please send me the VOD of when you do that? I want to see it. I want to see it. You just message it wherever. I really want to see that. That's really cool to hear. And I wish you the best of luck. Have fun with it. That's fantastic. Key matchup is the Shy versus Flandre. Yo con galleta por desayuno. Hablo un poco español, sí. Hablo un poco en español. Me gustaría comer en ciudad pequeña de costa de Francia, pero soy demasiado rojo. Was it? No. Dame los cables de batería, los puedes escapado. I only speak gibberish. And ¿dónde está la biblioteca? Historic top laner stats. This will be like the amount of... It won't be all the... Is that... Wait, 141178. That's not all damage. That's got to be all-timey. That's all-timey stuff. Your favorite color is grey. Nice. Gris. I need to speak through different parts of my mouth when I'm speaking different languages, otherwise my pronunciation goes weird. When I speak in English, it's kind of very close to like tip of my tongue and then actually at the side of the mouth a bit because of my accent. When I speak German, it's kind of close to like the back of my tongue. And in Spanish, it's... I can't remember now. I haven't spoken in years. JJ Tarzan. Yeah, for me, jungle matchup has to be the key matchup. I mean... No, I think there was a relevant conversation to say one of these two could be best jungler in the league. Obviously, Kanavi's in there too. Alex, the only thing you need to know in German is the extremely important sentence. Mein Hovercraft ist Wohle alle. What is that? My hovercraft is what? Is that very fast or? Full of eels. You kidding me? That's the kind of phrase I will actually learn. I will actually learn that phrase. That's great. I need to remember that. Go Tarzan, go. I think Tarzan is so important in this game. Yeah, I mean, one of my 2 Spanish phrases is "hand me the jump leads, the chickens have escaped," so I'm not gonna complain, right? Dame los cables de batería, los pollos he escapado. Another Monty Python sketch. Yes, no, I do remember that now. I do remember that. What's the other? Yeah. A Luftkissenboots. That's fantastic. Okay, folks. Yeah, we're really focusing on the jungle matchup. I will say, I think that laning strength probably goes to the favor of Invictus Gaming. I think there is maybe a... Yeah, we'll have to be quite flexible on where we talk about in this game. So, like, if I think about this as a caster, every single person on this map can carry a game, and every single lane on this map is very, very important. So what I do is, I keep my eye on the draft, I hype things up, but I have to stay flexible because all 3 of these lanes and jungle could change everything, really. This is a very important series, and I think that every single person can carry this. Legitimately. I mean, Flandre's Gwen has been fantastic. His Scion's been very good too. Tarzan, arguably best jungler in the LPL. Same with JJ on the other side. The Shy, we'll see what happens there. Got an interview, I'll let you listen to that too, and I'll rest my voice for a second.
好的，各位观众朋友，欢迎来到我们的赛前采访，我是主持人洛星，在这里我们有请到了埃及战队的辅助 Miko 选手，你好 Miko。
Hello， 大家好，我是 IG 辅助 Michael。
好，欢迎 Michael。那来到第2赛段啊，整个组内赛的赛程也是非常的紧凑嘛。在前天你们面对 BOG 失利之后，大家做了什么样的调整呢？
就是我们复盘了很多就是游戏里面团战的一些细节吧，因为现在游戏时间变长，其实团战的发挥非常重要。
就主要是还是团战上面的一些调整。那今天你们将要面对的是 AL 这支非常热血的队伍。此前他们在第1赛段和第2赛段的小组赛当中表现也是非常的亮眼。不过今年你们还未曾交手过，所以说今天第一次碰上，想问问你对 AL 整体的印象是怎么样的呢？
就是今年也是就是炫君刚加入 AL 嘛，然后也是没和。
One of my favorite things about Spanish is that you can drop the you can drop the object, but the subject basically, and just use the what's it called? Conjugation to tell you who the subject is.
那我们也静候今天你们比赛当中的正面交锋了。同样，我们也请到了 AL 战队的中单 Shanks 选手，欢迎 Shanks。
大家好，我是 AL 中单相思。
好，欢迎。那今天呢，你们即将面对此前在分组赛当中全胜的 IG 战队，而且这也是你们今年第1次和全新的 IG 战队正面交锋。想问问赛前你们有没有做什么特别准备呢？
因为 IG 就是一直打架很凶的队伍嘛，然后操作也很好的队伍，然后我们准备就是拿一些强势英雄跟他们去拼操作吧。
拼操作有的看了，那大家都很期待你们这支非常热血的 AL 战队，并且呢，今天这个交锋啊，之前你们也说过很想跟 IG 交手，那你认为焦点会爆发在哪个位置呢？
感觉还是上中野吧，应该是他们真的是打架很凶嘛，然后我们肯定要是去拿一些好的英雄跟他们打，一直打。
好的，我们也非常期待今天这一场激烈的对决了。
So, this is the series which you are very likely tuning in for. I don't know which way to call this. If I were to hazard a guess, I think I would edge IG just. I don't think side select wins this, even if a 1v1 goes one way. I don't think side select wins this. I think we get 3 games, hopefully. I hope we get 3 games. Talked about jungle matchup. I think jungle matchup is very important for these teams, because I think Tarzan is the general. He is the strategist. He is the big brain. Tarzan and Tabe as a combination is absolutely insane. However, you do have IG who have Danny and JJ, which is also absolutely insane. I think it's something that in the LPL we need to continually keep talking about more and more, because it's something which I think hasn't been talked about enough at certain points. I think it's not just players, it's coaches too. I think the top LPL teams have coaches which you do have to ascribe some value to. I mean, we have, for better and for worse, right? We have coaches like Hom, we have coaches like Tabe, we have coaches like Danny, CV Max as well, who are, for better or for worse, have had big impact on the teams. I know that, for instance, CV Max is a coach, for instance, which I've often criticized, actually. But, yeah. Oh, sorry, someone's talking about in that interview. Shank said IG loves skirmish and will pick good champions for skirmish. Great to hear. I want to see them. These skirmishes are going to be absolutely bloody as hell if it happens. Unless Tabe has draft advantage, it should be 3 games. I really hope so. I really hope so. I want to see... This is one of our premier matchups. If you want to show people what the state of the top of the LPL is right now, should be it should be like this. This series should be a good marquee for it. AL2O, Flandre, absolutely generational performance from the LPL go. A brother can dream. Ujid, I hope for you, man. Okay, so we'll have a 1v1. Of course, thank you everyone for tuning in as well, and if you tuned in for the first game of the day, sorry we didn't have commentary for that one. I hope it didn't affect your viewing experience too much there. Yeah, whatever, I still got over 200 viewers on Twitch, it's good.
Can you ask for a UK food fact? Yeah, you absolutely can. Yeah. What kind? Just anything or what? Fun fact for UK food. UK food is often very maligned. However, if you think about the national dish of most countries in the world, most of that was invented in the last 70 years or so, maybe the last 100 years, because the grand majority of the cuisines out there is basically just middle to upper class, nice food, which has been invented recently. Most people would have eaten a root vegetable in some kind of soup with some kind of bread, with some kind of grain or whatever. British food, the stuff that you know about, the stuff like the beans on toast, stuff like, you know, pies and pastries, stuff like that, most of that is genuinely like working class food. So a lot of the time, British food is often maligned because it didn't do PR as well as other food countries did for theirs. British food is fine. It is fine. Like, I'm not going to say it's like the best. I'm not going to say it's the worst. But a lot of what you see from it is just working class food you'd find anyway. It's just our version of it. It's completely fine.
Scones, clotted cream, jam, Scotch eggs, roast dinners. We do roast dinners, I would argue, better than a lot of Europe.
A lot of the food which the UK used to make too was slow cooked meat. It was like smoked and smoked and slow cooked meat. However, that changed in the Industrial Revolution, where basically after that you had people with and particularly after the world wars as well. You didn't have two people staying at home one person staying at home to cook all day because it takes a long time. So you could use cheap cuts of meat, but then cook them, smoke them over a long period of time with herbs and spices and make it good. Because of that, we lost a lot of our bedrock of food stuff, which is kind of sad.
Oh, and welcome back, Mecca, for the 14 months. Hot damn.
Thank you for that. This is our big series.
Oh,
folks.
yes,
this is our big series. I've been going back and forth in my head about where I think this series will turn, where it will be decided. I think I'm slightly IG favored, slightly, but that could turn so quickly. This is, I think that the coaches will have a big part to play in this. This is something which I was talking about just before this, Sam, was how I think we need to continue having that conversation about coaches to make sure it sticks in people's minds. There are so many coaches in the LPL at the top end which actually do make a difference as opposed to some other regions. When you have Tabe on Anyone's Legend, you have Daney on IG, they can turn a series through draft and through warding prep, the early jungle prep and stuff like that, can make a huge difference. So I'm very interested in seeing how the adaptation comes through in Game 2, not even just in Game 1, but for Game 2 to say, okay, we got our asses kicked here, how can we recover?
That's exactly it. And I think this one could be very tight. We both said that at this point. Of course, IG, close series, just the other day against BLG. Vice versa, though. Looking at... She nearly fell over. That's hilarious.
I like the gymnastics on stage. She's been doing some good poses.
Is she new?
I don't know. It's I can't remember. The dress is something new.
It's
but yeah.
Brother Mako, please lock in. Yeah, always a requirement.
Yeah.
So, what are we thinking our priorities will be as we get towards drafts? Of course, 1v1's yet to do. It looks like it might be a rookie in the 1v1.
It would have been, someone would have posted it earlier. I don't know whether Frag is still around, but they often post it in the chat.
That's the one.
Matchup is Rookie versus Shanks for the 1v1.
Ooh,
Rookie versus Shanks.
Let's go.
I mean, I think 1v1s can be really good just to shake off some of the rust. Just some of the rust. We're getting into our 1v1 champion select now. Mid laners from each team have been selected for the 1v1, and the winner of this gains Game 1 side select for their team. Rookie and Shanks.
Bow selector.
I think it's really important sometimes to give someone a bit of a 1v1 just to shake off some of the rust, make sure that they're playing well on stage. We know that BLG, IG, they've sometimes not done well in the first game of a day. And I think that having a player go on for the 1v1 in a matchup where it is less important to win. I mean, you can afford to lose it, and if that can help them get used to the stage and get their button presses looking all right, it can help a lot. So, what do we got left up here? I tend not to really talk too much about the champion select to the 1v1 until things are locked in, because it's so wild. I mean, Corki's available. That'll probably be picked up if... are we going to get a double Corki matchup, maybe? Jace, maybe?
Jace, an option. We've seen a bit of that. So we've seen a lot of doubled-up matchups, actually, as well. I wonder whether that's been a handshake from certain players say, yeah, we'll do this. Either way, I'm now going to wait and see exactly what gets locked in. There's the Corki for Shanks. Rookie.
The same. Right, so you know that Gorky is very likely locked in. So I love Rookie's smile. That is a glowing smile.
Give me the Z.
He looks so happy when he smiles.
Also, for the record, bread and butter pudding is pudding, and that's cool. Also, great Gwen cosplay.
I mean, what are we doing?
Rookie.
Jace, Corki?
Yes!
Oh, come on, let's do it.
Yes, I asked for it. Let's go, Rookie! It's locked in,
Let's
baby!
go! Rookie Zed, I have been watching this for over 10 years. Rookie Zed was so fun to watch back when he was in OGN, back in Korea, making his debut for his own career. Corki versus Zed. Come on, let's go for it. You're playing versus one of the old gods of AD Assassins.
We have seen a little bit of actual Zed recently. Saber locked it in, won a game with it, lost a game with it, but actually we saw it kind of work.
Zeka's been playing it.
Yeah, Zeka played it at first down. Exactly, there's been a few bits, and I'm so glad that he's kind of got that option in there as a kind of niche counter pick into certain matchups. And AD carries notoriously do not enjoy Zed if he gets to all in post a certain point.
Well, Zed kind of plays like a poke mage. Funnily enough, Zed, I think, is still my second played most played champion after all this time. So I'd still retain a good amount of familiarity there. Yeah.
Do you play much at the minute?
Embrace the shadows. Occasionally. I play more Arena than anything else. Earthquake Zed, one of the most broken things in Arena.
Tell me you want a golf girlfriend more.
No, that's Kane.
But you just embrace the shadows.
Oh.
You see?
Oh.
Yeah, see? I mean, I'm sure Kane does too.
Maybe Zed is just really down bad.
I mean,
we are learning things here today, folks. We'll get onto the Rift and we'll stop. Yeah, well, no, we will actually. We're going to continue yapping and we'll see what happens in our 1v1.
Do we get Gyos for the 1v1?
No, you don't. Not often.
Gyro Rookie, Gyro Shanks.
It's Rookie, Gyro.
I just wanted to do
You said Gyro Rookie. It's the other way around, sir.
I know, I just did it that way.
Did you hear the lore of Gyros yesterday? We're enlightened on that. It started in the Hong Kong racing circuit, which means basically add oil.
I knew you meant add oil.
Meant to add oil, but it came from the racing circuit. This is really important. He's gone for the electrocute build, not gone for the Conqueror. Wants to be taking double shuriken trades. Now, if you get a double shuriken, for those of you who are less familiar with Zed mechanics, you get energy back when you hit a target with abilities from both the Shadow and yourself. So if you do a melee range E, obviously that changes things. And if you hit a double Q, it doesn't just do more damage, it also gives you energy back as well, so you can spam another spell out. The double shuriken means an awful lot. Can also proc the electrocute. Really good switch with the Shadow. That the key of Zed in most matchups is hopping over the most dangerous ability with your Shadow from the enemy player.
And the Valkyrie cooldown there as well, which means Shanks now at a slight path up there, but of course still has a lot of wave control. He is Corki, just so obnoxious with things like the Fast Bomb. And, well, there's been a couple of decent poke bits. The Shadow Slash comes on through, looks for the Shurikens, won't quite land it. And Rookie going for poke rather than wave control himself here.
I'd love to see this Snowball Summoner in this mode. We have seen it. We saw it on a Volley Bear yesterday, actually. And also, I will say, Zed and Lysandra have some very funny techniques with that as well, where you snowball them, Shadow behind you, press the snowball, press your abilities, and then you go to your Shadow out, so you get like a very quick trade, which is kind of fun. So I think Snowball Zed's very good on this mode.
Shanks going to steal away that health shrine. Rookie not quite in range, and misses the Shuriken as well. CS lead going to be significant here.
However, it's another Fast Bomb as well. Shanks is hitting the poke more easily. Rookie needs to hit one double shuriken, and then we'll see whether someone can come through that. Because if you get the double shuriken, you get the electrocute, and that's when you start to really rack up damage. In this phase of lane, though, he hasn't managed to do it. Dropped 10 CS. Shanks is feeling really good. If he goes back for steel caps, I think Rookie's in a lot of trouble. A lot of Zed's laning phase is about landing those first double shurikens of the game.
And Shanks been pretty good at avoiding those so far. Rookie's been looking. Decent chunk there, the Valkyrie forwards. Now,
no Shadow now. No flash. Rookie could die here.
He's going to step on forwards himself there. It's a level 6. We'll look to call in. There's Ignite. Oh! He gets it! Holy moly! The 1v1 with the Ignite gets it. Pops away. Absolutely obscene, Deathmark.
The unseen blade
is the deadliest. Rookie first blood in this one, has to get to the 2 kills, but that's some extra gold. He is still down 10 CS. He'll need to try and push in this wave if it's all possible. But that's a big moment for him to get some gold on the board.
That's pretty nice. And then it evens up a lot of the wave there as well. We'll be able to catch some of it at the turret, of course, so the Corki will still hold some of that. Let's have a look at the all-in, because it was very fast.
Yeah, so Shanks dodges over the second shuriken and thinks, okay, well, he doesn't have this. Rookie knows he has a level up on the next one, and Shanks misuses his Gatling gun. And Rookie goes in, uses that ult to dodge one of the auto attacks. Goes straight back. Very close to his Eclipse now.
Of course, that big old kill there is nice. And again, the Corki, no exhaust, gone for the barrier, gone for the ignite. There's the all-in himself with the Valkyrie forwards. Rookie needs to back away. They put Shadow over, which makes him in a difficult position. Nice chunk from Shanks. Rookie's going to have to back, I think.
This is really dangerous now. This is really dangerous. He doesn't have the ult for a little while, but he also can't really let a cannon die to tower because it gives you about 200 gold or so. Wie kostet die Cannon Minion, Sam?
Cannon Minion kosten
177.
Yeah, that's it.
Gold.
77. That's it.
Yeah. We're learning so much about this here. Rookie wants to clear out the wave if he can, but he might just die to Shanks. Shanks needs to be careful. If he takes aggro, that could be a problem.
Has done, but again, no real ability to all in. He's got the barrier, but Shanks doesn't quite have Pierce. Looks for the shuriken, can't quite find it. Rookie really in danger. There's a turret going to be a threat. He can't leave anymore because otherwise Shanks will just clear the turret.
Yeah, what Rookie really wants to do is maybe force Shanks to take tower aggro, see if he can get a kill with a fancy outplay. What you really want to do is put a W down. So you put your Shadow down, use your ult, and immediately switch to your W and kind of play some stuff around, play some good skill shots around it. Does get good wave clear on this though. He'll go back for presumably completed Eclipse. Shanks will try and stay in lane. And maybe get another turret plate before he backs next.
I'm sure he's going to quite have a completed Eclipse, unfortunately, because he does just about get it. That's key.
Yeah, gets himself... oh, hang on, he's just going to kill the turret. This is a problem. This is a big problem. Rookie's shadowing towards the turret. He couldn't save for the regen. Can Shanks kill the turret?
Oh my god, he's got it.
If he gets the turret, he wins.
He's going to just go all in, try and find the kill, but the turret goes down! And Shanks wins it in the 1v1. That trade after the first kill haunts Rookie in the end.
The 2-kill win condition not reached by Zed, and Corki takes the turret. That means anyone's legend will have side select for game 1. There's a smile on Rookie's face. He played the Zed in one of his previous 1v1s, but it's always nice to see him pop out there. One of the old AD Assassin players from that legendary 2014 OGN season. I'm going to run some adverts now, folks, just on Twitch, so we don't have it overrunning into our game. So just be aware there'll be a couple of minutes of that, but it means that you don't get pre-roll for the game itself. Ain't that nice? Blue side, no surprise chosen by anyone's legend here.
Bring our cameras up for a second or two while we are waiting. Say hello. Honestly, I'm just excited to see people playing Zed again like that. Rookie still got the hands on the champion. That all-in was pretty clean, missing a few of those double shurikens, but I also want to give credit over then to Shanks, right, for playing out a very tense 1v1 very well, right? Because he loses that first kill. A lot of people tilt off that. He actually finds a really good trade and puts things into a different
Whereas I'd say, as the Zed connoisseur here, a couple of quite fast and loose WQ combos.
Yeah.
If you hit a couple more of those double shurikens, obviously the lane turns around. I mean, Shanks played it very well to, you know, as we're getting ourselves into draft now. But playing himself very well with the Valkyrie to dodge out on that second shuriken, which makes a lot of difference. Because if you don't hit the double shuriken, you don't have a summon spell for most of your lane. It is very good if you're very accurate and you actually hit things well. But not to be the case here. Those are very cool signs. There was an Elise sign you missed.
Was it?
Cool. Yeah, you missed it.
Was it here? Cool bit of news from a friend of mine.
Oh, cool. Nice.
They just released a single. Oh, that's nice.
That's what I say. Is there anything I should know this time?
No, they're not a friend of yours. A friend of mine from uni. You've never met.
It's okay, Sam. I don't. They go to a different school, I hear.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
They're from. Yeah, no, they're from Canada.
That's it.
Actually, I don't know whether they are. Maybe they are. I could be.
Pretty sure they're British, if memory serves.
Well, they could be lying about that. Sam,
You could be.
People lie about it. People spread so much misinformation nowadays. Close towards that draft. There's, you do get a couple of minutes after the 1v1 to readjust, because at that point you know whether you're on red side or blue side. You can't exactly just throw them in and say, okay, well, let's go into draft. Blah, let's go. Well, we've had a couple of minutes. They've had a time to think things through, and we get ourselves into our draft for our second series of the day. Anyone's legend win the 1v1. They're on blue side.
They are. They will ban the Ahri away from Rookie, who's had a few good showings on that. I don't know if you've seen the patch now. It looks like they're changing some changes to Ahri to move her away from the Roa build already. There's the Misfortune ban as well. And then I suspect we might see things like the Gwen and the Rumble ban away on IG side.
Yeah, can we get Assassin Ari back, please? Thank you.
That's the idea.
Can we just give Ari back, like, can we just give her death? Let's just give her Deathfire Grasp back. You know, only for her. I think that would be great.
Specifically Ari.
Okay, Misfortune and Ari being banned away. Of course, powerful champions, yes, but are they first pickable champions in a series? No, not necessarily. So we're going to have stuff like Neferi, Jace, Callista, Yone potentially on the board as well, Skarner too. It has felt like the meta has... I think that teams are getting better at using Fearless Draft, where they realize, game 1, let's chuck some comfort bans out instead. Let's give some more OPs over, because, let's be honest, if there are 3 OP junglers up, one of them can be used in the game after that. We don't have to pick everything on that draft 1. Neferi's banned away. Tarzan had a great game on that just the other day. What is their first pick? Jace for Flandre? Gwen's gone. Yone, first Shanks, could go towards something like that. Varus instead picked over the others.
Locks it in. It's been very potent, and it has been one of our big ban targets at points. Yone now a potential response. Sejuani's still up. Could look to do that one, of course. Remember, the Skarner's up and available, but I actually
think Yone Sejuani is so strong.
Good,
it's so strong here. You could also go for Jace and then go for whatever in the jungle, but I think Yone Sejuani is such an easy to play 1-2 on red side here. You might give over the Jace to Flandre if he feels like playing it, though.
And the Skarner again, between that then as well, you get a fair amount of lockdown. I think Skarner into Sejuani's been a match we've seen a fair amount of. Skarner does feel a lot more beatable now. I've seen Skarner lose a fair amount now here in the LPL. It's not been as dominant, so I think people were wondering whether it might be. Maybe people feeling it is a bit of a bogey at this point. Thinking about a Tristana for Shanks. Also something like the Lilia, which is often a matchup into the Sejuani. You can outfarm, you eventually hit a point where you just murder her on repeat because you do get a lot of HP damage.
Also, one of the things about Sejuani in LPL is that Sejuani typically signals a heavy melee composition. In LCK, less so. I think you see Sejuani without any melee pairing there because this is very good as a ranged initiator without that combo. And Lilia is very good versus melee champions, so that can be good on a stylistic level even before you know the other champions that are locked in. Tristana, good matchup into the Yone as well.
I wonder now whether we're going to see the Jace just locked straight in here for the Shy. It feels like it'll be a pretty potent option. You could, I suppose, look for a Jax or Camille if you want the true melee option, whereas of course Jace is conditionally melee, but considering it's the Shy, it's a pretty easy lock-in there for me.
Also, just confirming, Spirit Scout asking in chat, has the Yone changes come through in terms of the way that CC interacts with his Soul and Bound? Yes, they are. So if Lilia presses ult on Yone and he pings back to his Soul, he isn't cleansed like it was before. Not gonna lie, that was kind of bullshit before.
It was
so I'm glad that that's gone, but it does mean that Lilia feels a lot better versus the Yone on this patch.
It feels like there's actually ways to punish Yone when he's running at you with his Soul and Bound. In a way there wasn't before.
So creepy, by the way. By the way, Soul, go.
It's just a stand user. That's all it is. An enemy stand user is approaching. But there is a Scion ban away from Flandre, who does actually have 1 or 2 of those tank options topside. They're going to get rid of some of those things like the Ziggs, the AP options for bot side, I would imagine, here away from Gala. Misfortune might be a ban too.
Well, Misfortune's already gone. I was wondering, well, you could ban Kai'Sa, but I think that... Kai'Sa? My name is Kai'Sa. Anyway, yeah, but I think that, the Kai'Sa is the AP option. I was wondering whether they just say, well, we're lane dominant enough, it'll be fine. But maybe they're trying to just force Invictus Gaming into a full physical damage composition and lock in a tank for Flandre.
That'll be the idea. Poppy a debate, Alistair a debate. We'll see what they want to lock in. They're looking potentially for something a bit frontline and bruisery. And the Alistair will do just that, especially because the ult allows you to be a bit tankier. And Mako, a legendary Alistair, here and elsewhere in the world, really. He's been on that champion doing very, very well for a very long time. Response could be something fun here. We'll wait and see exactly what gets locked in. Flandre does have 1 or 2 things cooked up in his kitchen, but it might just be a standard option like that Renekton.
The Renekton's okay in terms of the laning phase. Well, it's okay in the laning phase into Jace, but it's not
great.
You can get some like openings, but it's not necessarily the best. Poppy likely locked into support here into the Alistair. Waiting to lock in their top lane.
This is something really spicy happening. Are we back to Cog with the Tristana top? Shout out to LJL 2023.
Cog, yeah.
Was it 2023, 2022? I can't remember when it was. 22?
21. 2020. Long time ago.
A while ago. And Bessa, I think, when you've already got a bit of lockdown, it'd be a nice follow-up onto things like the Chains of Corruption and onto the Lilting Lullaby.
Yeah. With that locked in, AL actually don't have the best armor stacking composition. Double AD carry and support, which is tanky-ish, but not that tanky, and a top laner, which is good at brawling through things, but Really struggles without tenacity, so might struggle into the Sejuani. This is the thing. Sejuani makes you want to go Merc Treads, but the rest of the team makes you want to go Tabby. And that could be a bit of an issue. Of course, the Merc Treads don't even work against the Alistar. IG kind of playing some Boots mind games there. I think Ezreal looks quite good here. Because of these last picks locked in by Anyone's Legend, I think IG are okay going for the full physical damage composition. You have really good use of saying, look, if you go towards Ninja Tabi, you're going to struggle without Merc Treads versus the Sejuani. I think JJ has been incredible on the Sejuani too. I like the draft which IG have got away with. I think that it has good range. I think that has good initiation. Invictus Gaming do have some range on the other side to be worried about with the double AD carries. But AL, I think they're going to have to work a little bit harder to make their team work. They're going to have to land some good swell seeds, some good Varus poke.
Some questions about the itemization, as you said. Like, Shanks could theoretically go steel caps. You've got enough safety with a W, perhaps. Maybe you can do things, obviously, like the on-hit Varus and try to build tankier items as you go on. But, like, it's not simple armor building. You can't just necessarily rush a Zhonya's as you can on the Lilia past a certain point, but you aren't in the same kind of game state as you might be in another draft.
If you're in our Twitch chat, by the way, on Nymaera, you can go into the prediction poll. He'll drop like 50,000 points.
Whoa! Okay.
Onto Anyone's Legends.
Let's go.
Onto yeah.
What can you say except you're welcome?
On IG, rather, on IG. Let me get the team right. So, folks, this is potentially two of our very top teams facing off here. Invictus Gaming, Anyone's Legend. Of course, everyone trying to get a piece of their top-tier opposition. We had a great series between Invictus Gaming and BLG just the other day. Anyone's Legend next up on the block for Invictus Gaming to see where the needle really lies between these two teams.
Roll up, our big marquee matchup of the day. Gaming and Anyone's Legend coming off the back of some stinging defeats, frustrating ones, make no mistake. Means this matchup will be all the more important. They want this win. Set the crowd's gyro for a second. Solid AL turn up, but the Invictus Gaming crew once again so huge. The names on that team alone. The Shy, one of the most popular people in China. Rookie not miles behind. They were the first team to bring home the gold for the LPL at the international level in terms of Worlds. Been a few MSI wins and stuff before that, but that elusive World Championship trophy first claimed back in 2018. And ever since they have been LPL heroes, national heroes, bluntly, for a lot of China in the LPL.
It's really hard to describe the place in the community pantheon that the Invictus Gaming Worlds winners have and how popular they are. They did break the Korean era of dominance alongside RNG as well with the MSI, but it really was that Worlds which made a difference. Invade coming through Tarzan, wanting to go into the Raptors level 1 like Lilia's tend to, but there is a Sejuani here as his rookie. They get some poke down.
2v2, 1v1. The top lane is trading out as the mid jungles do the same. Raptors under fire. Rookie with the Q3 gets a bit of a chunk. Shy and Flandre still trading. Damage is getting pretty dicey here for everyone. Shanks is tanking the Raptors. Will take some here. Level 2 not quite good. JJ is in danger. Rookie looking to get a kill. The flash on over, but the Q3 secures one back. Flash forwards from Tarzan will not secure JJ, but the health bars are better. It's a real trade of the camp.
1-for-1 in the early game, but Tarzan can go from Raptors to Raptors because he is still so healthy. Doesn't get level 2 off of this, though. That is worth noting. JJ very much slowed down. Has to take a recall. Has to go back immediately. Very, very far behind. We were talking about how this jungle matchup could be so important for these teams. Tarzan getting ahead early. JJ set behind. That is what AL wants.
Tarzan was dithering about which way he wanted to path there. Was initially pathing towards the walls and now going through the mid lane. We'll see exactly where he decides to go. Is going to go down towards the spot side. I'm going to try and match the Lilia at least a little bit.
I mean JJ, not Tarzan.
Sorry, it's the one, JJ.
Oh, Shy, the Shy.
Hang on, he's in danger. Flash on forward for the autos. Got the field around him. Needs an auto. Where's the hammer switch? Got it. Gets the kill with the empowered passive auto.
The Shy gets a solo kill in his lane. You can love him or you hate him, but you have to respect him. Level 3 hit. Did teleport back towards that lane. Of course, died at the level 1. He was the kill that Anyone's Legend got onto them. But that kill back with the electrocute Jace no less as well for that early burst against the Ambessa, becoming very important in these early trades.
No grasp, no conqueror, no phase rush even. Old school Jace styles. Gets the value there.
I love how in the interview, I believe it was Shanks saying, yeah, Victor's Gaming love to skirmish, so we're going to pick some champions that can skirmish as well. Well, the skirmishing began before camp spawned.
I believe he's right on that one.
Violence occurred. 1, 2, 5.
3, sir.
3! That work?
I mean, yes, but it's the wrong time to do it, Sam.
Okay.
It led to absolutely nothing,
Okay,
Sam.
well,
Again, I'm
okay.
working with amateurs here, folks.
Well,
I'm trying my best.
The problem is later on in the game, Alex, where it does mean something. Actually, that's nice Q3.
You go 1, 2, 5, 3, sir. 3. You make it quick, Sam.
Okay, you auto so she auto so fast later.
You just whatever.
Okay, hang on, charging for wall guard. I'm not going to quite get wall, so we'll still cleanse. I don't know if we needed to do that. But either way, someone are down.
He was afraid maybe... I think it might have been a panic one, because I think he was afraid of the Ignite coming down immediately and wanted to kind of basically Captain Jack the Ignite. But that is a summoner for free. You're absolutely right to call that out.
Jijek picks up that Scuttlecraft bot side. Now looking to look for that ganky mid lane. Shanks will throw down another side of that bomb. Looking to get a decent chunk, but there is the Spirit Cleave to deny a lot of the explosion damage. Can't quite find the angle. As Tarzan was currently in JJ's jungle. Won't find too much more. The Shy gets a big chunk.
Shy with that electrocute really controlling his top side there. The big thing about that mid lane player is that Rookie was trying to stay in range long enough to get the Sejuani passive. That was the big thing, but JJ, no flash to follow up to confirm that. I don't know whether his Q must have been on cooldown as well. Shy. Those electrocute trades really working out. Now, Jace does beat the Ambassador in a 1v1. I think going for the electrocute just doubles down on that matchup. It's not for the grasp or something like that, but you kind of slowly eke out, you get tankier as things go on. This is about just raw, brutal damage. And now Flandre is going to have to give up plates.
Not much you can do about that one. The level advantage is nasty. Again, it's only a Doran's Blade and a tier, but the damage is still just great from the base. Especially if the Shy keeps hitting those shot blasts, keep finding the spacing to get the autos down. Flandre's just not able to get in range and trade back until just now. That's decent damage back, though. As the Sundering Slam does a lot of work with that cunning swipe as well. Good trade from Flandre.
He is a lucky Hextech inventor. Did these two have a fight in Arcane? No,
Over
not
Mel.
direct. Well, no, not directly. They didn't have a combat scene, but hey, you know, this is an AU where Ambassador's getting a revenge on her daughter's ex. Good stuff. Kyle up towards top side, as is Mako. Mako was there to protect the wave, and now Kyle there to protect Flandre. Of course, Grubs are spawning now. This is a very different rotation, because typically you see the AD carries rotating with them. Not this time. Top laners, well, a little bit late to it. It's a late rotation up towards top side, as we saw 2v2 stay down there. Gala recalling, going towards top side, on spawn for the Grubs. Where's Hope going? He's in mid lane right now.
For wave as well. Good work from Mako.
It is. It'll get some more gold over towards Gala. It does mean that they don't have pressure to actually go towards the Grubs themselves. Varus still in mid lane. Tristana gone bot lane. Doesn't have teleport just yet. Flandre going top side. You can see both teams allocating their lanes differently here. If Flandre can get level 6 for this, it would have made a difference, but obviously he doesn't now. JJ now alone in the pits.
Has to flash. Can't stick around for the smite. Wanted to do that and Q out. Couldn't quite. As Kyle was threatening with the steadfast presence. Could still go into the pit, but without that flash, it would be a one-way journey. So decides against it. That'll be Grubs over to anyone's legend.
Tarzan didn't even need to smite either of them, so he can use the smite for the last confirmation on the Grubs. IG getting ran around a little bit in the early game. I think strategically speaking, I think that the raw brawn is working out for IG as they've got, you know, killing their solo lanes.
The passive from Tarzan just nabbed one of the small raptors, by the way. I just saw his number tick up as he threw a swell seed over the pit to hit off the raptors.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah, he went from 43 to 44. Always a little obnoxious when that happens, but just want to let you guys know. That's cute.
Good stuff. It's, yeah, I think that big thing which comes after this is Hope's gone for the poke virus, worth noting. But Hope's gone for
level
the poke
6. Virus. Careful. Going to hit level 6 very, very shortly. One more minion, I think, would do it, but it's not going to be there to get. Mako low, but overcomes Tarzan with level 6.
No cleanse.
There is no cleanse. Gala in danger as well, so he goes with a flash for the blooming blows. And a lilting lullaby after will be donating 2 kills to anyone's legend. 1 for the AD carry and 1 for the Lily.
Oh, it's not the jungle movie that IG wanted. It is Tarzan. 1-0-1. This Lilia ahead so far of the Sejuani. The Shy going to... Hang on, has to flash out of there. Has the dirt. Is going for a very bursty Jace build. Not going towards the Black Cleaver. Wants to get just raw damage down. We'll see how much value he can get with that. But he's going to have to get that soon because this Lilia is starting to become a real threat. It's going to be an early Leandri's built through. And Tarzan is very far ahead of Jed. This is the jungle matchup we highlighted and said was so important.
Jace will get a plate here, but Kyle's roamed on down, could theoretically punish the Shy without the flash, assuming the teleport's going through. In fact, the Shy is being ganked right now, but mid lane, Flandre's in danger as well. Both top lanes under siege. Rookie looking for this auto. The Permafrost comes on through bot side. It's a solo kill onto the Jace. That's hilarious from Kyle.
I think what ended up happening is Shanks teleported in, threatening a kill onto the Shy. So the Shy said, look, I'm going to die to Kyle instead under turret. So what he does there is just make sure that the Tristana doesn't get the gold. He'll have teleport, he'll get towards bot side. Well, I'm sure we'll see a recall of that. I think he was just caught out by the map rotation of Kyle. Well played from him to punish the Shy.
Yeah, we saw him coming up, and I saw the teleports running alongside Tarzan there, and I thought, well, the Shy is dead. To who? In the end, it does just end up being solely that Poppy. And over we look towards his Hextech Dragon that anyone's actually started up. Here's the replay.
But there is, I mean, we'll see the dive on top side because, yeah, you were absolutely right calling this as it happened. XP advantage for Hope on the wave was really important. The last minion dies, he gets level 6, gets a crazy amount of damage down here, and of course Gala had blown his cleanse for nothing earlier, so he doesn't have it for hit. Gets out, well, tries to get out with the E in the flash and just goes down anyway, so good advantage now for Hope and Tarzan. And as we said here, there's a teleport coming onto the wave, and the Shy gets caught out under it by Kyle. So it's less about Kyle's rotation and just more about the Shy overstaying.
He's been known to do that once or twice as a player. Rookie doing his best here, but is being chunked out a little bit by this Yone, or sorry, by this Tristana into the Yone. I think anyone who's watching LEC last night will have some memories of Jojo doing very similar things to Camille.
Jojo is really getting ran by Kyle. Kyle's really active on the map, man.
Be a steadfast present available. Mako not coming on over. I don't know how exactly this one plays out. As over comes Hope and Tarzan. This looks like a 3v4, but over comes Shy. Makes that a bit more of an even moment as people were moving all over the top side of the map there.
Yeah. No one in the LPL moves like anyone's Legends do on the map. I think that Kyle is maybe our best support in the league at that kind of macro play. Trade from the Shy, but really anyone's Legend, I think they're flexing their strategic mental muscles here. The way that they've assigned their lanes, different from IG. The way that Kyle's moved around the map to catch IG off guard. The way that Tarzan's been invading, getting value. This is stuff that only anyone's Legend do within the LPL. We were worried about what would happen to this team without lane swaps because they use them so well. And I do think that we've seen the individual laning Brawn potentially go to the side of IG. I mean, the Shy on the Jace doing crazy work in the 1v1. It has been through map movements where AL have found their advantages.
Will continue to be a thing when you've got double AD carries, when you've got the Lilia. If you can keep allowing Tarzan to menace JJ, have Kyle menace JJ, it makes it a lot harder for them to play the game out. Heading towards these grubs, be 6 over and denying them from, say, this Jace in particular, giving them to your Tristana. That sounds pretty good. Well, at least I suspect be able to pick up 4 here. JJ debating hopping over. He's got a Blast Cone and an Arctic Assault. Looks to go on him. We'll look for a Smite fight. Misses the Swirl Seed. One taken by IG.
There they go.
Glacial Prison. Tarzan is no longer the king of the jungle. The heal as Kyle with a wonderful look at that Keeper's Verdict. A flash away from Rookie's put into a lilting lullaby. Tarzan times it well. Rookie now in danger. On the wrong end of a draw the bead and the rapid fire happening. Q3 away. Buster shot not quite enough. Over comes Mako. Knock up as I think anyone's Legend have gone too far. Shanks is shanked. And they'll get a kill elsewhere as finally Hope brings down the Yone. A 1-for-1, all things said and done.
The Rookie gets busted, Buster shotted around a bit, gets caught out by Hope, who roamed over from the mid lane. The Shy is alone in the side lane as well on bot side. Kyle is doing the Lord's work for anyone's Legend. So crucial that he hit that ultimate. Makes it more of an even trade. However, IG, we had this conversation before saying, well, you know, it does feel like it is map movement versus the brawn of IG, which worked out well from there. Kyle, again, active on the map. Almost catching out the Shy with a wall stun there, but he walks away from it. So he's not in range for that shunt there. IG, even in gold, do get 2 grubs, importantly. So no 6 grubs. IG giving some questions to anyone's Legend. Starts off with JJ hopping over, understanding you can get one of those down, and they can get themselves a great combo onto here. But Kyle with the triple ult. How the hell does he hit that? Saves his jungler and opens up some options for them.
Tarzan gets 5, and then Shanks goes a bit deep looking for Rookie. As overcomes the rest of IG to defend their mid lane. The thing is, Rookie's still low, and Hope is going to have a wonderful arrow with a flash to secure the kill regardless. But it does end up being a 1-for-1. And in still, IG get 2 of the grubs, so they do break that full stack.
Yeah, I think Kyle might be the best support in the LPL right now, folks. I think Kyle has been so goddamn good about moving around the map. I think his Poppy as well as a champion, which he does very, very well on. I've had concerns about LPL's support pool. I think that On has been inconsistent. Of course, he has been the on-off switch. I think Mako has been a choker. I think that Crisp has also been on that list too. Yeah. I think Kyle is one of those players I want to see this level of play from more. His movements around the map this game have been absolutely critical It might not be enough still. IG are even in gold, and I'm quite scared of players like Rookie getting leads like this.
Finds a big chunk. Spirit Cleave's still there, and the bomb will pop as he hops back to his soul. I didn't bother going for the holy hand grenade that time. I'm just keeping Alex on his toes.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we'll see if we can actually get the perfect holy hand grenade call at some point in this game.
Get ready to clip it, guys. It's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen.
Or we will never land it, and it will just be that white whale, the one that got away. Toss him back out on the map. Of course, he's got himself that Liandry's and good gold lead. Gets himself onto Mako.
How aggressive does he want to play this? JJ's coming around. There's a bounce from the Pulverize. Kyle
coming in from Tristana
as well. Chunk onto Mako. Does have the ult to burn. There's the Lilting Lullaby. Will deny part of that seed, but now JJ is in danger. Will have the opportunity to Arctic Assault away potentially. Throws out the Glacial Prison that goes well wide. And ends up being a trade of some ults, but no one dies.
And importantly, plays like this, and I really want to highlight this now, we've seen a lot of focus onto the Shy pretty much at all times in every game. When you miss ults like that, or you have to use ults like that, you get... Hang on a second, that's a Wallstone. He's going for the solo kill!
He gets the knock up and gets it! Gorgeous, and there's even an assist over to Shanks. Fate sealed away. Rookie trying to get out to safety and will do so, but Kyle...
What the hell? This guy's been absolutely superb. Kyle's Poppy is making an impact. I was about to say, well, you know, when you fail to make those plays, it gives the Shy chance on this Jace who's going towards lethality to open up advantages on the other side of the map. He's 1,000 gold ahead in the top lane matchup, and we haven't spoken about that since AL tried to shut him down earlier. That is a problem. That is a problem. The fact that Kyle gets himself this play and opens up Shanks to use those 4 grubs on the Tristana on the turret makes things much more interesting for anyone's legend.
Dragon spawns. Be second for anyone's legend, but I think with the way they've set up the map, that's unlikely to go over as IG come on and look to play this. Important to note as well, that was first turret. They already got the first 3 kills. That's feats of strength over as well. So a nice little sequence there for anyone's legend to get themselves a meaningful lead for the first time this game.
This is the matchup to go back, rewind this VOD, play it in 0.5 speed or 2.5, you know, just go scrub through it again and again and see why anyone's legend are moving the way that they are and how they mess with IG and where they think Kyle's going to be on the map, where they think Tarzan is going to make the next play. IG do have some decent power spikes coming up. The one item on a bit on the Shy's nasty. Another Wallstone from Kyle. Catches that Mako, forces the flash.
This is great stuff. This jungle support, so terrifying this game. There's 5 members down towards the bot side. Chains of Corruption land. The damage now onto the backside as Mako forced to ult. The will is unbreakable, but the health bars very much are. And how long can he be that stern? Shy stepping on forward, public execution goes on in. Basti down still gets the double pulverize, will not matter as the Shy is dead. Anyone's legend are exploding this game.
All starts again because Kyle blows Mako's combat ability. Says, all right, you know, you're going to lose your flash, lose your ult after the ults are thrown at him too. 3 for none across the map. IG were pushing different lanes, but the 3 kills and the turret over to Shanks, anyone's legend continue to move around the map better. They are our strategist team amongst our top echelons of the LPL, and they're showing it against IG here.
Gonna pick up a dragon as well to make sure they are stacking those. It's a great set of plays, and you know, you were saying you reckon Kyle might be the best support in the LPL. I feel like as a jungle support duo, Tarzan and Kyle are our best jungle support duo. They are the most interesting on the map, by far.
Would very much agree with that. You know, I think I have a lot of love for Kanavi regionally. I think that players like TN and Tarzan individually, obviously fantastic on their own right. But the support jungle duo is such a fine art within League of Legends, and one I think that the LPL has fallen behind the LCK on quite a lot in recent years. Having a moment like this from Tarzan and Kyle to force plays and just stop IG from being able to hit multiple turrets at once is really, really important. Going into the picture-in-picture, Flandre is caught out on top side. Here comes Kyle again.
Another knock away means JJ can't secure the kill. Rookie's still coming on over. Could look to get a stun onto Kyle. Doesn't want to burst too much. The flash will burn the flash in trade. Permafrost not stacked now. JJ in a 1v3. The wall ult is wide and the wall's done after. Kyle is just better. And now the rest of Invictus Gaming are once again Invictus roadkill. Every highway they drive down, anyone's legend splatter. IG.
Life is a highway and death is too. That one only leads to the river Styx. So IG once again outplayed by Kyle on the Poppy. Anyone's legend using the little yodel with a hammer to lead the charge. Herald will go over to them. So much gold onto key members now of anyone's legend as well.
I mean, I'm waiting for this replay, but there's a reason it's named The Highway to Hell, and it's played by the ACADC. The two of them are so fed this game. 3-2, 4-0. This play is silly.
No, do you think, Brad? Do you think Angus Young would be an ADC? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Those of you that don't like ACDC, I apologize. We're gonna keep riffing about that. Kyle, fantastic play away from here. Gets himself away from the permafrost being activated on him. JJ's overextended at that point. Rookie misses the ult. Even if he had hit it, he would have been in wallstone range. But he feels like he's trapped into the play as well. IG, they are just getting outplayed on the map and now in the mechanics too. That's a problem.
This game was close. It was a knife fight. The Shy was getting big individual leads. He's still up nearly 1,000 gold despite being 1-3, my goat. But it's still looking ugly. Shanks.
This could be big because remember the one person on IG who does have a lead is the Shy. Double lethality.
Does miss it, but still going on in. Oh my god, the turnaround is huge. Rocky jumping forward, looking for the auto, the thundering blow away. But the repeated autos flash on forwards, and Dragon Tamer Tristana tames the Shy.
The Shy misses the shock blast, and well, Shanks doesn't have a chance to miss his. All of his stuff is point and click. IG, their most fed member, caught out Hope. Ooh. Has a Mikhail's for him, uses the Ghost Blade, and he's out safe too. IG are running out of options, and once again, Kyle saves the play. He has the Mikhail's. It's a Mikhail's Poppy. I didn't even know she built that item. I don't even know if IG knew she built that item. So important there.
That is pretty ridiculous. And suddenly, locking down one of these AD carries, whoever you do finally lock down, will you keep them locked down?
Like, are you kidding me? Just Kyle is wall stunning, 3-man ulting with people either side of him on the Poppy. He's getting solo kills, basically. And he just Captain Jacked his ADC with the Mikhail's, which has a lag time. This player is absolutely blowing my mind right now. I've always respected Kyle. This, though, is just something else.
Someone go ping Chronicler and Orcs. Make sure they see these clips, because the LCK crew, and Orcs obviously being a former pro support player himself, I want him to see that their boy is still doing well. The support has got hands.
And this is the thing. Look, Kyle, when he left the LCK, people were confused. They were like, well, why the hell? He's looking good over here. And we always knew he could be top tier, again, on any team in the LPL. And I think with his tenure over here, he has continued going from strength to strength. I think when Croco and Kyle came as a pair to Anyone's Legend to join the carry duo of Shanks and Hope, which had stayed together through Anyone's Legend and also Team WE before that, we thought we might be onto something. Tarzan came forward there, and Kyle really started to come to life. He gets another play onto JJ. Doesn't have a flash. There's a chance this leads to something more. Once again, Kyle starts to play an AL flourish.
And they've got Atacon right there. The jungler is dead. I don't think Invictus Gaming can play this. I wondered what form we get these teams in, and it was a close early game. The problem is the mid game has been anything but. Rookie will unbind his soul to try and clear the wave. Doesn't even manage to do that properly.
The way that IG come back in these kind of games is catching you out, and if you do fail to make a play on one side of the map, they very quickly pounce and push both other lanes at once. Anyone's Legend have been so quick and precise at making plays that IG can't use their typical comeback weapon to mount a defense in this game. Anyone's Legend, this is a fantastic performance from them. They looked shaky versus top esports. I'm sure they really kicked themselves after what should have been a 2-0. They threw a late game situation against them. Here against IG, it feels like they're taking no prisoners.
Over we go. 13 seconds on Dragon. Anyone's Legend, this will be sole point for them, and they are the ones in the river first. They've got the Atacon. It was a ruinous Atacon. I don't think that should be a surprise with how the game has played out. That means all of those extra blood petals and the damage they've already picked up from things like grubs and dragons and all those juicy things, very, very amplified right now. Kyle doesn't get hit by anything there.
Tarzan is a 2.5 level lead in jungle, partly because of those flowers, but partly just because of all of his pathing around the place. Now, IG, this is their chance. 5v5. Can you, against the gold lead, against the XP lead, show us your brawn, show us your strength? Shy's on the side. What have IG got for us?
Now or never. The shock blast lands onto Shanks, but it's only 10% of his HP. Not that meaningful yet. The glacial person is immediately cleansed. Mako goes on in. The fate sealed after is actually really solid. Kyle not quite dead. Looking back up the through is a good steal from JJ. But the turnaround damage to 1-4 right now. Into the backside goes Blondre. The public execution brings the Yone down as Hope springs eternal alongside Shanks. The blooming blows. Not quite enough to finish off Mako, but the damage is still critical. The burn still comes through to finish off Mako. Gala alone survives.
And he really doesn't have the weapons for the job here. Anyone's Legend lose the dragon, win the fight. I think they're happy to stick out on the map. Yes, losing that dragon for soul point could have been a lot worse. Gala slightly just shorting there. Now Shanks can jump
count to 3. 1, 2. And not anymore. And Gala gets away with it. Loses half his HP. Hope now lurking all the world. A one piercing arrow. Tried to reach the hop. Does Vow will not still be able to get out live. And Hope finishes off what his mid laner started.
Anyone's Legend, such a clean game from them. Teleport now in, though. IG looking to pick up something before Anyone's Legend can come back onto the map.
Hope has got flash. Well, let's get the blast code. Can't quite get there in time. Still dragging away. Yonig does get the 1,000 gold shutdown, but pops straight back into 3. Mako now in that 1v3. Shanks trying to stay alive. A jump away will keep the Shy alive, but Jin are now 1v3 again. Means they will die as well. They get Shanks, they get Hope, but they'll lose 3 again.
You see what IG are looking for. They want to kill Anyone's Legend before they get to back and spend their gold. And they do get 2 big shutdowns. That is good gold coming over, but it feels like it's too little too late. It's so hard to pick up these random kills. The Shy is very lucky to get out with his life. Had to blow his flash as well. You know, he's got another game where I'm sure a lot of people look at the KDA and go, well, what the hell is the Shy doing? I actually think he's had to play this riskily for a lot of this game, because what the hell is the rest of his team going to be able to do? They don't have the tools for the job. This fight, they get themselves the dragon, but the damage just never goes onto the carries. There is a combo which tries to shut down the Lilia before she can make a big play. It's one of the problems.
No!
You have to make that. Krugs. Don't do Krugs, kids. They'll do you.
Yeah, the Krug trade is always risky, and doesn't work out that time for Mako. Rookie goes all in to finish off the 1 kill, and that's nice, but look where he's popping back to. Middle of multiple people, immediately hit with the blooming blows, and Kyle knock him into the wall, and it's just a split-off fight, and the Shy has to try and flash away to safety. It becomes a very messy state of affairs.
You know what? I'm going to call myself out here a little bit, or rather just, I'm going to repeat something which I said earlier. I was worried about Anyone's Legend when they didn't have lane swaps. When I looked at top esports or Anyone's Legends going to first stand, knowing that lane swaps would be removed, I wanted, even though with the curse of top esports, if they, on regional level, it should have been top esports going because of their strength of regular lanes, because of how much better it felt like they were at that point. And I thought Anyone's Legend could struggle with that. Hang on a second, the Shy, you don't win this. This is a bit of a problem there, isn't it? But yeah, Anyone's Legend, I thought that in terms of individual pound for pound, they lacked some of that mechanical brawn which other top teams had. Right here, though, really showing that their strategy can overcome that, and they're still damn brawny as well.
Q3 from Rookie is buffeted through by the rocket jump. The turret, though, is likely dead on the next wave. There's not really all that much IG can do about it unless they want to blow every ult they have. They're on a ward right now. Q lands into Kyle, and that's something from Gala, but the Mystic shots just aren't doing that much damage right now.
Also, a reminder, we said that IG probably came out with a good draft. Better draft, even.
Yeah.
I thought that they had winning lanes. The Varus's going to miss, or rather, that was the arrow. Mako's caught out.
How much further do they want to go? Lilia does have that ability to keep chasing the moment she starts getting those passive stacks. She's very speedy. Lands another swirl seed. That's the ult pop. But the burn still coming on through. Rookie looking to punish. Now looking for his own angle in, but there's a bomb on top of his head. Flash. Heroic charge into the wall. Knock up after with the keeper's verdict. They do kill off Kyle, though, as a good shot from Gala punishes him for the first time in a long, long while.
Yeah, first death for Kyle in a very long period of time. IG do manage to get something out of that, but it feels like they have to work so hard to climb inches up the mountain they have to climb. Anyone's Legend, 6 going on 7,000 gold ahead of Invictus Gaming. Minute until Dragon. IG might try and say, well, okay, we can 5v5. We did say, look, IG probably for us had the better composition. They had the melee synergy with Sejuani. Good lanes. No, got a good ability to play from the Jace Ezreal range later into the game. That just never really became a factor, though, because Anyone's Legend took their Lilia, the early jungle advantage, and said, you won't be able to play fair. We will be roaming around the map quicker. We'll be ahead in the jungle matchup. We're constantly clearing through your jungle and ours at the same time. And IG, they've been left with precious few opportunities to really show off in a 5v5.
Lilia still 2 levels up. Shanks is 2 levels up. Flandre only the level up, but still significant. A lot of that, again, is getting a lot of those blood petals after the Ruinous Atakan. Helps accelerate that, but still a tricky position to find yourself in. At least we're starting to get towards some meaningful items here from Invictus Gaming. 3rd item's done for the Shy with the Serpent's Fang. Pretty good in the 1v1 versus the Ambassador with the Repudiation and the Eclipse shields, but not that many shields outside of that to really be bringing low, but I see why it's been built nonetheless.
So, well, Dragon's now up. IG, do they give up a Dragon? Say we can scale a bit? IG might need to be in that situation now, where they're playing Smoke and Mirrors, trying to get something out of side lanes and to buy a little bit of time. Maybe get a 3rd item in Yone. Maybe get a 4th item. Well, I don't know if you're going to get to that point on Gala. He has the 3 items. It's powerful
He just
for him.
completed the Shojin now, yeah.
Which is helpful. They do have the items to deal the damage. They get themselves a objective bounty there too. They can't afford to let the Baron go over, I don't think. That one, I think, is a no-go. And there's 5 minutes until the Dragon. Good time that they can spend trying to accrue some resources around the place. But it does feel like IG are in full Smoke and Mirrors mode.
They really are, and that's their first turret of the game we just saw them take there, which is a bit sad considering you're running a Jace. He was shoving up quite a lot early on. It's just not happened. The Tristana has been the better turret taker this time around at 3 items with the upgraded steel caps. It's
Yep. Speaking of the upgraded steel caps, of course, it hasn't been upgraded.
Sorry, but like
so the extra stats on the defeats of strength. And of course, he has gone for steel caps, as has Flandre, and we thought, well, if they go steel caps, surely doesn't that mean that Sejuani has an easier time to get in with the CC? Well, there's a Mikhails now for Poppy, so you don't have to worry about that. You can cleanse out that first target from the Sejuani ultimate. There is a catch onto Tarzan currently, but no follow-up. Mega needs to be careful not to get hit by that swell seed, already taken enough damage. IG playing for picks now.
Shy hanging around on a control wall, just seeing if anyone over chases into a bush. Instead, we'll look to clean up this wave. Here comes anyone's legend into the red side jungle of Invictus Gaming. Reminder, Baron is up. Vision control right now, pretty securely in anyone's legend's favor. There's that one control wall that the Shy was sitting on. That's about it, and over they come. They're aware that something could be happening as a TP does come through.
Now, you do have the Poke Virus, you have the Swell Seeds, and you have the Vision advantage. AL will look to chunk a couple of HP bars and force IG to get,
here we go,
maybe teleport into the play using the Ezreal to check for Vision. They see it's going down.
JJ is here. Over comes Invictus.
Oh, they punt out the Sejuani.
It's over, that's Baron. There's no way of stopping what is about a fight after Kyle. Low but not down. Potential angle for a Swell Seed. And a lilting lullaby, but it only really catches on to Mako. So Baron secured with another wonderful ult from Kyle.
Kyle, 10 out of 10. There's nothing more this Poppy can do, actually. This Poppy has done absolutely everything this game. I suppose getting 2. Well, no, they even got the kills under turret. Oh, whatever, they did everything. They've done so much. Oh, IG trying to just rip through their jungle to get something off the map before it's denied from them by the Baron push of anyone's legend. The Baron buff will not overlap with the Dragon spawn, but IG won't exactly have a chance to move out of their base to put down much setup before anyone's legend kind of pin them into it, recall and go towards the Dragon in those few minutes.
That's exactly it. Yone shoving up bot side. Sejuani's there too. Needs to back away just a little, as with Bascom will get them down to safety, but here comes the rest of anyone's legend. How aggressively do they want to shove this? Control ward spotted out and taken out. Anyone's legend will begin the siege. They've only got 1 tier 2 remaining to Invictus Gaming. Chains of Corruption goes wide. Ghostblade popped as well.
2 minutes now on the Dragon timer. No third item for Rookie. Doesn't have that Infinity Edge. Flandre off the Vision. Spotted now. Sort of on the spot side there. Feels like any one mistake by IG now just ends the game. And this is very, very tense. Of course, they're expected to lose. They're 7,000 down, gold down. They're against an Infernal Soul point. But this is Invictus Gaming. They're known to have a miracle team fight or 2 in their time. That's one ult coming through.
Trying to get the damage down. Kyle is in danger. Gets a big knock up though with the Keeper's Verdict. And now the turret comes through. There's a lilting lullaby. Perfect execution. Is Arcane shifted away from, but they're not done yet. Anyone's legend tried to chase for more, but Invictus Gaming managed to back away, but they're down 3 members. There's a Baron buff. How aggressive do you want to play? They've got TPs available too.
IG wanted to pick off the Mikhails user because they can't cleanse themselves as easily as other people, and they can't kill him in time. Gets a huge turnaround, and I think this is the mistake which costs IG the game. Though let's be honest, it's been heading that way for a while.
A fate sealed in a dream. Can Rookie find absolutely everyone? 20 seconds on the Shy. Mako back up and alive. Can look for a flash play, but Flandre's having none of it. Immediately begins to lacerate forwards. Mako finds a big play. Rookie doesn't get as much value as he hoped for as Kyle just flashes out to safety. A last gasp effort is just them breathing in water. They drown in this game as anyone's legend will suffocate them out as the game goes on. First one is theirs.
Panda power from anyone's legend. Once upon a time, that team was so mid-table, so bottom-table, we only called them Awesome Logo instead of anything else. LPL finalists, taking down Invictus Gaming here in Group Ascend. Starting to build some momentum. Yes, lost to top esports the other day, but they look pretty okay with that. Anyone's legend, confident game 1. And oh my word, Kyle, take a bow. That is one of the best support Poppy games I've seen in the LPL.
Well, that is a very obvious MVP as far as I'm concerned. There was such good work. And don't get me wrong, other members of anyone's legend played well. I think Shanks, good game on that Tristana. Hope was very accurate with a lot of those arrows. The 2v2 top side where they get the level 6 and punish under turret. Like, there's lots of good stuff to see. But it was the jungle support that ran that game from my angle. And I think Kyle was pretty spectacular. Not really much other way to put it.
So, I mean, what more do you say, man? What more do you say? That was fantastic play from anyone's legend. I thought IG had a couple of moments where I thought they could skirmish their way back, but Kyle was nutty. I've very rarely seen a Poppy have that much impact, and this is really important to me. This is really important to me because I think that there is no way for the LPL to beat LCK internationally unless we have a godlike support performance. On can occasionally do that. Mako hasn't shown that internationally for a little while, but maybe he can. Crisp, again, inconsistent. If Kyle can reach this level of play and bring it to the top level and maybe even go international with it, I think maybe there's some hope. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. There's a lot to work on with that, but that's one of the key pieces of it. Fantastic from Kyle. I mean, no notes. 10 out of 10. It allowed Tarzan extra playmaking, the ability to leverage off of things too. One of the best Poppy support games I've seen in a very long time.
Yeah. Chronicler's very happy. I just messaged him. He's like, I'm so glad my boy's
doing he's
perfect.
doing yeah. honestly fantastic. That's probably the best support game in the LPL I've seen
in a while.
In a very, very long time.
There was Missing's Nico game.
Kyle Hero on the fraud wall. We will put that under advisement for the next episode. He looks like he's a pretty solid shooter.
Yeah, I did get notice from chat the last time. We just said, like, look, you probably need to consider shit going down for that 1v1 as well, which was we'll find that clip because it was.
Oh, okay, right. I'm gonna get myself another coffee.
Go for it.
I'll get myself a snack as well. We have pre-roll on for a little. When it goes to the actual adverts, we can actually put them on there. But
fine.
yeah, I hope you all enjoying the series. This is meant to be our banger matchup, right? And it was a fun game, but IG, they need to switch things up.
I mean, you could see it was a close game until it really wasn't. The moment it went wrong, it went really, really, really wrong. And I think that sequence where they end up giving up Dragon, giving up bottom turret, you can see what happens at that kind of 12-minute mark. Then things fall apart. And the Shy's individual laning kind of isn't as valuable anymore. The rookie finding good trades isn't as valuable anymore. And suddenly Tarzan and Kyle running the map is very, very scary indeed. And that will be something to track.
Okay, I'm gonna get a coffee.
Go for it.
And a slice of brot.
Oh, baby. Probably the best body in the world. I mean, we had that conversation. He's got to be right up there, hasn't he, at the minute? He's very, very good. Are we still the Knights who say Nim? Obviously. Hello, folks. I'll sit here and keep an eye on you. Let's see exactly who Umvup is. My assumption is that Umvup will be Kyle. If it is not, I shall be very annoyed. For I feel he was very good. Very good indeed. It might be the Lilia, even though Kyle 100% deserves it. Yeah, I mean, Lilia... I mean, in fact, Tarzan also had a good game. I don't want to take it away from him. But I think Kyle was pretty spectacular there. Those ults alone. Be Kyle. What an obscene... What an obscene game. He got solo kills, multi-man ults, huge stuns. 20 control wards brought. Let's go. How you even get a 3-man for that angle? I mean, it was really, really wild. Like, he was just very good. Honest answer? Good work, anyone's legend. Right. Towards the adverts. I must run advertisements on Twitch. If you want to avoid adverts, subscribe. But yeah, do consider following myself and Alex. Always means a lot when you guys do. And a shout out to me. Let's go. Trust followers worth it. Thank you, Monties. Appreciate you. Here you go. And good to see you, Globe Wonders. Curly Chaos, always good to see you again. We got Faker in chat, by the way, over in Anivia's chat. Just letting you know. Hey, Ethan. It's good to see you. It's a callback to a very old set of memes. Hell yeah. Perfect 5 and 7. Yeah, it was 5 and 2. Faker the Goat? Yeah, someone's named themselves Faker in YouTube. That's kind of impressive. Keeping an eye on his rivals. Welcome back. How are you? I might go heat up my remaining curry. I only had half of it.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta do that.
I will do that. I shall return. Did we watch the T1 vs Gen G games? I tried to. I did. I was midcasting, so I only got to catch bits of it, but my god, what a series.
Shout out to himself, he's shouting at himself. Yeah, that's what Sam does sometimes. Yeah, I did watch the games. Chovy with the lore accurate Victor? Yeah, he was insane, man. Chovy's very good at League of Legends, folks. Oh, Ghost, did you get your roast, by the way? I'm curious if you'd agree with me that Fake was individually better than Yone. You'd actual casters agree with me. I don't think... Like, I think Faker was playing individual matchups very well. Obviously, the Victor game was insane. I think they were both very, very good. I think there's an argument to be made. I haven't VOD reviewed it. But, yeah. The Talia game obviously wasn't fantastic. Comparative to Chovy's Victor, so... I don't think it's like... Yeah, I think maybe maybe you could argue that Faker kind of was slightly better than Chovy, but I don't think it's big enough of a difference to, like, draw anything conclusive about it. There's a fact to do. Fun fact for vid student. Let me think. Let me think. Fun fact for vid student. I've used grand majority of my stuff. My fun facts. I'm sure I can think of some more. It's tucked away in there, but... Fun fact, peanut butter used to come in slices like cheese. Are you kidding me? Really? Damn. That's... Huh. Get hydrated. I can do that. I can get hydrated. When I see vid student in chat again, I'll make sure that we give a fun fact for them. I have bread. Do you know about Bernd das Brot, vid student? Do you know about them? A famous German TV character. Because it's topical, because I have bread. Can't say I do. Right. Most places have funny, you know, children's TV characters. What Germany has is Bernd das Brot, who is a TV character who is, I shit you not, a depressed loaf of bread. One of the most beloved German TV characters is a depressed loaf of bread. Bernd das Brot. That's your fun fact. That champion is just... Not champion, that... Everything's a champion. That character is just so funny. I'll see if I can find a photo of it, but... I mean, let me teach you about Bernd das Brot. It's just a depressed piece of bread. Very funny. Bernd das Brot, yep. Let me show you this. This is Bernd das Brot. Look at that, look at that. Wonderful. What the hell is this, man? Someone's got like a freaking statue of it. That's Bernd das Brot. Bread sounding like me for real? Yeah, well, power to you. I mean, you also have the donkey for... Yeah, Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh. Oh, Eeyore's wonderful. Eeyore's my favorite. Well, no, Tigger was my favorite for a while, but then my mum really liked Eeyore. When you grow up and realize that Bernd was right and you turn into him, much like a squid with tentacles. Ghost is back for the roast? Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, Bernd is depressed, and you know, and I appreciate that, but is he really depressed because he hasn't experienced being in the same voice call as Deadly Ghost? I mean, I think there's worse things. It can always get worse. It always can. It's a great reminder. Makes you, it's really blessed to realize what you have, and that it's not Ghost in a voice call. Draft time once again. Victus Gaming and Anion's Legend was not particularly close last time around. That being said, one of the better things for Invictus Gaming is that they won't have to play against that Poppy again from Kyle, which was absolutely absurd. Probably the best support game I've seen from the LPL this year. Skarn and Neferi banned away. Vi, very powerful here. Do anyone's Legend want to give that over? Ahri banned. Not wanting to give the Vi Ahri, but wouldn't you ban the Vi part of that? First pick Vi looks pretty strong to me here. Easy lock in. JJ gets a comfort pick for him. Allows IG to pull the trigger very effectively. Tarzan, what's his play now? No Neferi to quote-unquote counter the Vi. Sejuani out. In terms of other kind of comp picks. They could go for Shinzo. Match early power with early power. Sion for Flandre. No Jace on the other side, which often that's the common match. Both sides of but both players tend to buy into that actually. And Talia for Shanks, right? So that takes away one combo from Vi as well. So there's no Vi Ahri, no Vi Talia. Both of them are either banned or taken away. Back in the day, you see something like Vex, didn't you? Could go for Orianna. Vi Misfortune's pretty nice. Misfortune, one of the AD carries, better place to follow up with it. Varus, one of the others, if he goes poke, but of course that was played in game 1. Rookie looking for a combo there. What do they prize more here? A top lane or a mid lane answer? Misfortune was banned by Anyone's Legend game 1, first round of bans, so that was obviously something which they wanted to take away from Invictus Gaming. They think that's very powerful for them. I'd be inclined to agree. Very lane dominant, of course, works out for those team fights. Gala lost on it versus BLG, but how strong moment with that. Victor locked in for Rookie. Good laning phase versus the Talia. Your E outranges the Q. You can trade through the wave in a way that Talia Q can't as well. We did say Shinzo likely to get locked in for Tarzan, and it is. I was wondering whether there was an option for something like a Nidalee, like Kanavi did earlier. Not the case. Not the best combo from mid-jungle for JJ and Rookie. But hey. I think they're good individual pieces. No top lane champion locked in for IG yet. Yeah, I was wondering if that Gnar would come through from them. No. Guess you could go for something like Camille for the Shy. I mean, okay. How much is the Shy willing to cook? Do we see something like a Quinn from him? Or
he's been known for it.
Of course he is. He's one of the real Quinn pro players.
Sanguine Blade Quinn back in the day. And Callista with Sanguine Blade as well. That kind of era of Invictus Gaming was certainly something to witness.
Secretly, it's Victor top. You used to do that back in the season where IG won Worlds.
Very true.
Just remember Whippo and...
Is that Iceborne Gauntlet Victor?
Iceborne Gauntlet QMax Victor. Yep. Leona banned away. What has the Shy got for this Scion? We've seen Scions completely take over games. Flandre Scions completely take over games.
Last ban to come on through. I love that there, but IG banning Corki after the side select shenanigans.
Yep.
Don't deal with that again. Ash, the final ban.
Stops you going for something like Ash Braum, especially if you want to go for a, something like the Rel for Mako, which does make sense. Probably. Think about this Kai'Sa. Can lose lane very heavily. Alistair already picked in game 1. I think you take away the Rel. I think that's more important, actually. You actually counterpick on your AD carry.
Unless there's something that Kyle's got cooked up. He had a very good game 1, so I'll give him some benefit of the doubt.
It's probably the Nautilus, right? Nautilus feels good, but then you lock in Rel. And I feel like Kai'Sa Nautilus still just loses quite heavily to the Misfortune Rel. Maybe Kyle's got some more top-tier gameplay to show us.
We have seen Kai'Sa lose lane and then hit mid-game and then just absolutely crap on people because...
Oh, Cho'Gath the Shy!
Okay.
I believe this is our first Cho'Gath in the LPL. Bit of a Bouse special. The comparison between those two players continues going strong. And there were some questions, there's no damage to kill the Scion. How do you deal with the Scion? Cho'Gath is one of the best anti-tank tanks in the game. Could have gone for the Ornn as well, I suppose. Could have been quite powerful, but goes towards the Cho'Gath. Mako What are you thinking? Rel or Nautilus? Goes towards the Nautilus instead of the Rel to deny the more powerful lane combination away from Hope and Kyle, but maybe slightly worse for Gala's misfortune itself. Less of that kind of grouped CC for the bullet time.
Single target can be pretty nasty. You could now Rel yourself as Kyle. You were saying you wanted to see
Probably
that take
will.
away anyway, and he's a very good Rel, so...
That a Rakan, maybe. Guess Rakan can get caught out by Nautilus quite easily. I was wondering whether it would be Rel takeaway by anyone's Legend, but instead it's actually the Nautilus takeaway from IG. Bit of a different flex of things. IG. Shogath Q on top of the Vial. Quite good long-range follow-up. Of course, Nautilus can do the same with his ult too. Anyone's Legend. Strong AP backliners. Well, I guess Kaiser's probably going likely AD here, actually, because you've got the Talia through that as well. IG, probably more damage. Well, definitely more damage on the table. Both teams likely playing towards a degree of front to back. However, I think Anyone's Legend have ways to create extra angles. The Talia wall on one side, Sion coming in from the back of the fight. Kaiser flying in over the top. The way the team fights play, very, very different to that last game.
I wonder whether that'll be interesting to keep our eye on, because of course last game, it was the likes of Tarzan and Kyle really controlling how the map works. And of course, the Xin Zhao and Arel are pretty good at being proactive early. We can find angles to get on the map. See what JJ can get done this time around. And whether Invictus Gaming's early game can transition to a more stable mid game. That's where it kind of all fell apart last time around. Whether we go to game 3 or whether it'll be an Anyone's Legend clean sweep.
Potentially for our last time today, we head to the Rift. Vi Nautilus, good combination. Victor, Misfortune, fantastic teamfight ults, can blow up the first target. Victus Gaming, probably a little less at risk to the skirmishing than they were the last game. However, I thought last game, Victus Gaming had the easier to play composition. Didn't work out like that, did it? Anyone's Legend really came prepared with their level 1s. And we'll do so again. We come out onto the Rift. We'll look to see how far this series goes. Was that Hanwha? I thought I heard an OMG Joe on there as well. Mixed crowd, of course. Rookie, backing off from quick trade onto him. Will be able to get himself a recall in time, go up to full HP. Ah, Willie though. Rookie recalling a little too close to Shanks. Cancelled out that. Gala, Mako, spot and evade coming through here. Kyle gets the CC but can't stop the Spider Naut away.
Spider Naut, Spider Naut does whatever a Spider Naut can. Can he dredge up a fish? Yes, he can. Because he's a...
Support from Wish.
Support from Wish? No! No!
The only thing which rhymed, Sam. Okay, so Anyone's Legend get themselves the level 1 invade again. We said, hey, last game. Anyone's Legend, great level 1 to get jungle ahead of the game. Vi is not a champion that can fight at level 1. Really needs to get level 3. And this is so much was really championed by I Will Dominate and Gilius. They talk about that a lot. Level 2 hit from Jeje can get the Q over the wall. Wants to skip over vision if you can.
Isn't spotted.
Isn't spotted now. I think Tarzan very likely to know that there will be quadrant for quadrant trade. Just means he gets to be on bot side to help out his bot lane. And if the Kai'Sa gets online, it's particularly Hope's Kai'Sa, that is kind of huge.
Yes, it is. And again, the Sion, very happy to play weak side. Even if he dies, he'll still clear the wave. The Shire running with the Broken Covenant Cho'Gath, which is one of the coolest damn skins in the game.
Oh, it's basically just a Bloodborne boss. It's fantastic.
It is. I mean, the whole skin line's fun.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, the problem with the Cho'Gath... Hang on a second. He's actually getting good damage here. I don't know what... Oh, he's gone for Grass, but he's not going for the Halo Blades stuff. Now, we will see what build it is. We've seen some Shurelias. Gala, they want to get a chunk out here if they can before AL potentially set up for a dive. The more damage they get now, the more potentially they don't have to do in a tower dive situation later. I think with the damage they've done means that AL unlikely to go for a 3v2 under that tower. Rookie trying to just count the mana of Shanks. Yeah, good E there to trade back.
Good chunk. Early resets from both mid laners who've been trading very, very heavily early on.
Well, Rookie's not resetting right now. He's going to push out another wave. Knows Jeje is hanging close by to his lane.
So you can push out another wave. Might need to be a little careful here. He might actually lose the cannon for this. That would be a little annoying.
Yeah, that TP onto it means that Rookie can't stay for it, and he is.
Oh, is he? You can hit him with the E?
Oh, can't get in range.
A little shame. I think basically he was worried that Shanks would flash beyond the wave, get phase rush, and chase him down. So didn't want to chance that. Good silence from the Shy. Of course, Cho'Gath has a lot of % HP damage. We'll see what build he goes for. There is a Shurelya's build. There's a lot of random stuff. So we'll see what he goes up to here.
Cho'Gath's cooldowns can sometimes be a bit obnoxious. But that Feral Scream in particular, one of the few remaining basic ability silences in the game, and it is very potent.
Yep. The other one's Malzahar Q. Everything else is... Well, I mean, technically there are some other mini silences and stuff out there, but... You know. Like, Kassadin Q, technically a mini silence.
Oh, what's Malzahar's Q called again?
I don't know. Something of the Void.
Call of the Void,
That's, yeah. Hope resetting going topside very quickly, actually. Is he trying to... What? I guess they're resetting... They're changing the lane assignments. Flandre can go down towards bot side. He gets the recall off. Hope gets up towards top side. Anyone's Legends, again, they're the only real team in the LPL which mess around with lane assignments in the way that they do. They've been very effective at making sure that enemy teams don't get the parts of power spikes in laning phase that they really want to. Of course, this was very apparent in the lane swap meta. But here, without lane swaps, having to play out the first few levels of the game, they're still showing some proficiency in that.
We have seen a number of teams kind of use this timer just before Grubs to get their bot lanes into different places, get out of things like Kalista lanes. You just have to wait until level 4 or so before you can pull it off, so the early lane can still kind of suck.
Soraka silences 2 Angie points at check. Does make sense. Soraka silence. This
Equinox.
is kind of broken. Yep. Kind of broken. But yeah, there are some channel cancels which are kind of fun, which is technically like a one-tick silence, which means that it will cancel any abilities that you're using.
I was trying to remember what the rest of Malzahar's basic abilities were. The problem is the dot I know by a name that's very inappropriate for
Malefic Visions.
Malefic Visions, that's the correct term. Yeah, thank you. I couldn't remember what it was called. I just knew it by the meme names. As Shanks sidestepping some of that damage and can't quite find the thread of volley of his own right, as Kyle was looking for a full tilt angle into mid lane.
Rookie was actually doing quite well there to dodge out on the skill shots. Dropping a little bit of CS in the way that you sometimes do, because you lose wave control against Tullia quite often. Depends how well you are at hitting the wave and the enemy champion if you do want to push. Got that Scion versus the Misfortune. Again, anyone's Legend. Really content to just have Flandre move around the map away from the Cho'Gath, who's meant to be there as the tank lane bully. This is one of the ways that you can deny those kind of specific niche counterpicks. Say, well, actually, if it's only a laning counterpick, why should I care? I'll swap away from it as soon as I'm able to.
Of course, Kai'Sa, not bad at dealing with tanks with her passive and the Q and all these things. However, I feel like this game, if Hope ults badly, Hope positions badly into a comp with Gravity Fields and Feral Screams and Vi as a character.
Vi Nautilus.
Yeah, there is a world where Hope dives in and just gets blasted.
Which is why I was a little bit worried, kind of locking it in on 4. I thought, well, you know, it's a chance that you kind of get bullied in lane, and we see that there is a slight, well, there's no real lead on the bot side, but there's a chance of that. And then there's a worry of going into Vi, and then a hard CC support, which is going to make your life really hellish. Of course, hasn't gone for the cleanse, because there's no point going against the Nautilus and the Vi. Has the barrier, which will help him in some situations. Mako here just stop the Shy getting dope, but they go on to Mako misses his hook.
Oh, missed the hook. That means he's surely dead. The knock-up, though, with a double rupture flash away. They get the kill regardless. Feral Scream, not quite in time. Now Shanks here in a 1v4 as the Shy. He's got a feast, but I think it might just be his death row meal. Kyle just about alive. There is not enough on there to work with. 3 seconds before the feast could come up and be useful, and so a double kill over to anyone's Legend on the bot side.
Mako flubs it. What can you say to that? Mako misses his hook onto the tower, so doesn't have the cooldown, doesn't have it at half cooldown, and doesn't escape the pick onto him. Anyone's Legend, really well played to say, look, we can't kill the Cho'Gath at this time point, once he's under the turret, but we can kill the Nautilus. Kyle, great combo onto him. He cancels it out anyway. It would have had the knock-up timing. Would have been dragged away, then stopped, because of course the way that League of Legends works is the last displacement activated on you is the one which works. And Kyle stops the hook from being the last one, makes sure it's his W instead, which comes around to that. Easy second dive, no ultimate as you said for the Cho'Gath, had used it onto a minion a little earlier, can use that for turnaround damage. IG, important set of kills for them.
And again, Kyle with some really clutch plays there. This guy is locked in today, and Mako had his ankles broken, or his anchor, I suppose in that case, broken. Did manage to get the pull out to safety.
It's worse. It's better than his others. His uncle's broken. His uncles have been broken, Sam. Unk doesn't know how to survive tower dives anymore. I do think, though, Anyone's Legend continuing to show how good they are at, even in the very early game, making sure that the map is mobile, making sure there's a dynamic jungle support moving across things and making plays happen. This is why people are excited about Anyone's Legend as a team. No, they didn't make it through the first stand, but they did make it to finals, a place which Anyone's Legend and their entire lineage has never made before. Rogue Warriors got close, I think, before with the Derby roster, which used to be what Anyone's Legend were, but this roster maybe has something special going on for them. You know, you've got Tabe coming in, so many great players joining them. And while, yes, we can talk about Invictus Game being a super team, and see that they might be going on towards that AD carry.
Bazal gets to find that passive proc, will do so, looking for a good Acathian rain angle. Here comes that ult from Sion, who yells cowards once more, and Misfortune. Oh, it's her name, isn't it?
Anyone's Legend, great play. And now Hope gets to get a free lane up here. Flandre, the thing is, what Flandre has now done is he's teleported to now immediately recall and go somewhere else. So he's not getting any farm here. Maybe the Shy can get some bonus there. Tarzan going towards the top side of the map. Kyle is here. Doesn't have level 6 just yet. Won't get it off this wave. Tarzan backing off from a play. I guess the Shy gets a bonus here. Gets to get it, I believe, use a Demolish on tower if he did end up taking that one. I presume he took that one. Don't really realize what he would take otherwise. But 2 plays there. The Cho'Gath getting a little spooky.
Just get a fair amount of value there, and again, will still be scary. And I think Gala holding onto his flash, saying, look, the teleport's come in. Even if I flash, I don't survive. I'm just going to hold on to it. I don't hate the choice. It's a bit frustrating. But again, with a Hope having flash, Flandre having flash, I think you're still dead regardless.
Yes. No, there's no point in Cho'Gath.
Yeah.
And also what you're trying to do is get the Cho'Gath so far ahead of the Sion that he can't side lane inversely later, and the Cho'Gath becomes a big threat. Going towards the Heartsteel as that first item. So he wants to get even more HP. Of course, Cho'Gath ultimate scales off of his own HP. Another thing which happened with Cho'Gath, Axiom Arcanist affects his true damage on his ult, which means you get blown up from even higher HP, which is very scary. So the Shy, putting a lot of trust in his individual matchups. He's been picking for the individual matchups, going for the Electrocute Lethality Jace last game. He was a strong point in the individual lane, of course, couldn't capitalize on that. We'll see now, strong Cho'Gath. Can he capitalize on this strong matchup, or will he just end up being, 1-7 again like he was last game? I can't remember the scoreline, but something like that.
It was rough stuff. This game, however, was Legend stabilized the early game. The split map prevented the Misfortune and Nautilus from bullying out the Kai'Sa. The Kai'Sa come out of lane just fine. It's behind a bit of CS, but 2 kills is in a great spot this game. The Misfortune is still waiting to get that first item, whereas Hope is just casually sat at Krakenslayer.
Powerful Kai'Sa. Flandre tries to wave clear as best he can. Uses the Soul Furnace shield. Not available to do much on top side. He wants to just cancel the Cho'Gath from teleporting. Ults come through.
Gala now flashes away. Shanks looking for an angle. Will have the seismic shove. Flash from Maker to avoid one. He gets a wonderful combo, and Shanks has gone too far looking for the bot lane. Now they've got the mid laner missing. What happens to the rest of the fight?
There's a bullet time still. Cal trying to look for the cancel, but for once, misplays.
That's unfortunate. The rest of the play was going on as that rookie ult comes on through. The Arcane Storm does damage. They will finally bring down the Nautilus. There was Gala caught in the pit. No flash anymore, but they still make sure to take their lives dearly. Hope will fall. And in the end, IG come out. What is that, 4 for 2? Good value for them.
Hell of a good value trade for them. Now, it will be Jet left alive to get the 6 grubs as well. A number of key things happen there. I think the biggest one is Shanks having just a god-awful ultimate into the middle of the team and then fail flashes to get over the wall. So not only does he throw himself into the abyss, he loses an important tool as well. After that, it felt like they just didn't have the damage. Talia is an important part of the damage profile for Anyone's Legend. Of course it is. It's your mid laner. You've lost 6 scrubs now. IG are playing around, a dominant Cho'Gath side lane that can walk up to towers later. The 6 scrubs will be very easily used by them. Shanks walks into the enemy team. Jet immediately pounces Maker on top of it too. Fail flash makes it even worse. Rookie doesn't even need to do that much to add to the kills. I think maybe they should have just left at this point. I think maybe they thought they'd gone a little too deep anyway. Also, Hope, was he just hooked out of his ult there? What the hell happened there?
I think he might have been Mako. That's glorious stuff. You'll take your death happily with that one. And then with the gravity field in the pit, there was nowhere for Hope to run, nowhere to outplay. And the kills come on through. Victor with his rower belt at a great spot. The Misfortune picks up a kill, strutted away from a full tilt rel. Turns out Misfortune, even in heels in a swim costume, can outspeed a giant metal horse.
Ah, man, just built different. It's like a Yorkshire bird on a night out.
Yeah.
powering down towards West Street Live in Sheffield. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. By the way, if you ever go to Sheffield in the United Kingdom in England, go to West Street Live and
order whatever's on the bar.
Tell me what it's like, because
do they still do pseudo quad VODs?
No, that's Corporation.
Oh, that was Corp.
They don't do quad VODs. Well, they used to sell quad VODs, and then
became illegal.
They were told not to. So what they did is they did a 3+1 VOD with enough room, the 3 for the 1 to make it into a... Anyway, whatever.
Yeah, you could self-medicate.
Yeah, yes, you could. Cho'Gath has that heart still completed and feels he deserves a little treat. Let's see how many stacks he ends up get there. 4 right now. Of course, you get maximum of 6 on minions, so yeah, mention me more. We can go from that. Flandre might die here. Quite hard to kill. They might just kill the tower, then kill him.
They're going to try and get some damage back. Mako does take a bit of a chunk, gets out of turret range, but loses half the HP. Bar Flandre, decent knock him at Kyle now here with Tarzan. A lot of damage, but a lot of CC. Can they still delete this turret? That has to be the aim of the game. Flandre will have wave clear. Probably a knock-up or 2 here to deny some of it. All the while, Shank's trying to trade up on that top side.
But he has 0 grubs, and IG have 6, so that will be first tower over to IG, and the gold goes to Gala. That's who they choose to give it over to. I think that makes sense. I think the sooner you get Gala towards Lord Dominic's regards, the better your game is going to be. You're likely to get a Black Cleaver on JJ. If he engages on someone, even if that is Sion at that point, and then there's a Lord Dominic's regards, then I think the tank front line just disappears. Tower will go down, and Shanks will return the favor of IG taking the bot lane out of tower. And we shall see if he really comes out ahead of that gold trade.
Well, this is another even game coming into the mid stages. 400 gold lead to Invictus Gaming, 6 Grubs versus 2 Dragons. It was looking very good for anyone's legend, and then suddenly IG found a great 4-for-2 fight. Go from here. I suspect we'll be waiting for our next Dragon. Will probably be our next border call, and maybe this Herald in 50 seconds as well.
Dragon and Herald, both important. Yeah, with the 6 grubs, use the Herald, blow open a turret somewhere. That's a bit of a problem. The more that IG can kind of threaten anyone's legend across the map with their 6 grubs, the better it is for them. IG have typically been a team that do hit side lane turrets very well. If you make a play on one part of the map, IG spread themselves thin and they say, okay, we'll just farm more lanes than you. And we'll trust on someone to outplay on the weak side of the map, even if it does cause, you know, the Shy dying or whatever. They're okay with him buying time. Kind of same thing's happening here. Rookie dodges out on that knock-up.
Just outside, Roar of a Slayer will throw one of his own minions at his face, and Rookie goes out, backs away.
There was a very fun, very funny bot lane which I used to play when I was on an amateur team in university, where we'd play. Hang on a second, Joe's gonna. Not that much damage. We used to play Sion with the Roar of the Slayer, but Sion Malzahar bot lane, because what you'd end up doing is you just end up firing the Malefic Vision's minion right into their face, kill it, spread it onto them. Honestly, peak comedy. Herald's gonna get taken down here by IG unless there's a
Feast Smite. Should be hard to beat, and it does go on over to the Shy and the rest of IG as a result.
6 stacks, one of them being on that Tarzan, going forwards right now, trying to take a chunk out of Mako. The Shy is very tanky. You sure that's the guy you want to be fighting?
Flashes over the side mission because Blast going back towards the team. I think it went over the Unraveled Earth as well to get a bit of a stun on top of him. Over goes JJ with Heartbreaker, Chaos and Danger. The bullet time across the choke point ensures that Kyle goes down. Decimating Smash comes on through, JJ low, but the depth charge will force Shanks to flash away. Dredgeline not quite in range. I think we'll back away with the man advantage for IG, though the health bar's not looking fantastic for either team.
Anyone's Legend massively overplay that, both at the second grubs and then in this play here. Anyone's Legend, I think, lose their mind a little bit in the team fights, and they overchase trying to rectify a bad situation. They'd already lost the Herald, and they overchase into a choke point against the 6-stack Cho'Gath. He's not going to die there quickly, and they end up wasting too much time. It means that IG's backline, long range, AoE choke point controlling carries can take it back out on them. Yeah, Hope's looking pretty okay in terms of his individual gold, and maybe you can play if there's enough time for him to dive onto an important target, but that time is not now. He really needs 2-3 items before he can maybe start turning the tides of a fight and become that assassin-AD carry.
Mako needs to be very wary, gets crashed down onto that jungle support Joe we were talking about. Mako, that diving suit, that's what we were looking for, has a few holes inside it, as so does my sentence. But that's slightly irrelevant. The fact that Dragon is started by anyone's Legend, and it would be soul point for them. I don't think IG can contest anymore,
That's
not
kind
easily.
of big. Yeah, this is big. This is big, because anyone's Legend with a Mountain Soul,
yeah, that makes it a lot harder to kill the Sion. It makes it a lot harder for you to deal with someone even like the Kai'Sa jumping into your backline as well. Should be that more hard to take down if she's trying to, you know, play the DPS race and kill one of your carries before you can kill her. We have often seen in this split, dragons outweigh grubs. IG will now need to use those 6 grubs effectively to deny good entry towards that 4th dragon, which anyone's legend are now hinging on.
Shy's walking on over. Decides to put a minor city up. And then it falls down again. The rise and fall of the Cho'Gath Empire in very short order.
God, that's such a big Cho'Gath already, man. Kyle, what out on one side?
Sure, how much as hope comes on, and they really want to play this. Mako's in danger. Again, the Nautilus falls. Turnaround, though, comes on forward. Both sports gonna trade out as teleports come flying on through. Both top laners swift to join the party.
Yeah, that's a lot of tools now used. Flandre, maybe I'm going to... Oh, hang on, we'll see what happens to grab field. Rookie might be able to catch him up with the stun. No, going to be that. And now there's a problem. Anyone's legend, because they slip up a little bit, at threat of having the 6 grubs come through, Herald is in range to charge up that charge onto the tower. However, it does mean that IG don't get auto attacks on the tower, so the makes it a little harder to take it down.
10% HP remaining, but not taken. Nice idea there from anyone's legend tonight. It was in the end still a 1-for-1 in terms of supports. Hope picks up one, Gala picks up the other. Gala's now actually ahead of the gold, finally. He was behind a significant amount, so job done for IG in some ways of rectifying the ADC discrepancy. 3.5 minutes till something like Dragon will have Atakan in 25. It is once again ruinous. We see that a lot here in the LPL. Back towards mid lane, playing for this tier 1.
Cancel out of the queue.
Flandre in danger, trying to wave clear, gets cease and desisted, and the Arcane Storm helps secure the kill for Rookie. Zombie comes on down the other side. Tarzan, though, helps jump onto the Shy, and he's just dead!
So it ends up being, what, a 2-for-1? JJ takes an extra turret shot, and I don't know what the hell happened with the Shy, but he was isolated from his team, and though he's got a lot of HP, he is not unkillable. Anyone's legend find a great fight off of a mistake from IG.
That's unfortunate, and that Cho'Gath, who was looking so menacing, isn't so scary when he's got turret shots on top of him, on top of everything else. And Kai'Sa now, 2 items completed, is pretty good tank killing, and you've just lost your jungle and top laner. Atakan's up.
And that's going to buff up their dragons, which they have already. It'll give them a lot of the flowers to work with, too. Anyone's legend picking up the piece of this, and IG might have just thrown a winning situation into a much more dire set of circumstances. They do take the tower afterwards, but it comes at a much higher cost than they would have thought. So this part is actually pretty good. They get a huge CC chain onto the side who just doesn't get to play. That being said, Kyle gets another last bit of stun onto him, and the Shy just misses the memo. Maybe thought that the team would go under the turret and you could start trading aggro. Just not the case. IG didn't want any more of that fight. Even after the Sion had gone down, fighting into these zombies is actually very annoying. Now anyone's legend, pick up the Atakan, get 40 flowers off the back of that, and they'll be at a bit of a stronger point as they fight for the next dragon, which could win the game for them.
It's only a 2-level advantage in jungle. Well, maybe just about 1 looking at that as JJ literally ticks up as I speak about it, but that's still pretty difficult to manage, and suddenly anyone's legend in a much better spot, and I have to call it out now. This is 2 games in a row where Invictus Gaming have had significant errors of judgment in the mid-game to give control up to anyone's legend. I look at the series they lost against BOG, that game 2 where they were crazy head, overchase onto Finn, leave Gala out. A significant error of judgment in these mid-game fights, and it's costing them time and time again.
It's also not nearly the first game we've seen from the Shy who's had a burden put onto him, a responsibility put onto him to have a winning matchup and play it out well. And against BLG, you know, I think there was a Renekton game, there were some arguments there for him, you know, holding up the early game end of the bargain. I think that the second game on Aurora, if you didn't watch that series, that is a much more worrying state of affairs. Very, very far ahead on Aurora, which just didn't do anything after that one, just ended up throwing his lead. And then, of course, in this series, we've seen the Jace be ahead, but then die basically on cooldown as they started falling behind. And this Cho'Gath has yet to prove value, even with 6 grubs, with a potential side lane winning matchup, hasn't really been what his team's needed.
No, it is not. Dragon in 42 seconds. A Shy will have teleport. Does not have a second item though, but neither does Flandre in fairness. The issue will be that if anyone's legend secure this, it will be soul, a mountain soul for a Sion for even people like this Shinzao and this Rel and the Seraphs on Shanks as well. Just killing these people in good order isn't going to be anywhere near as easy.
We'll say. Of course, gold lead for IG still. Have every chance of walking away with a fight here. If IL do get themselves the soul, it's also buffed up by the Ruinous Atakan. Flandre engages onto the Cho'Gath. The fight's split, but that's going to be the Sion turned onto.
On the other side, though, Mako forced to flash away. Tarzan went looking. Now split off the rest of the time. Rookie has to go the other direction. Flandre is fine, but had to burn that flash. Teleport might be required.
Flandre's dead.
Be run on, and that is going to be that death of the Scion. Gets a fair amount of work
I think they're going to try and burn down the dragon. Are they on it right now? What's the HP? If they get the smite, they get the soul. That is huge. The Shy has flash, has ult. They need to stop the Cho'Gath getting in range.
And they do. The Madness Storm buys time. Flandre will die again with the zombie. They lose Kael. And anyone's actually now on the retreat. There's Baron up in 2 minutes, but there's nothing else for IG to take. They need the fight, or 2 kills will not be worth. Cease and desist comes on in. Tarzan knocked up with the Rupture. Will likely die. Will have a Crescent Guard, but he will surely fall. Hope trying to speed away. Flashes out of the bullet time after. Into the Rupture! And suddenly they find a lot more. Anyone's Legend on the retreat can't get out to safety.
Anyone's Legend get themselves the Mountain Soul, and it is buffed up by that Ruinous Atacama, but it's not enough to overcome the amount of HP they lost to secure it. Big mistake from Flandre. He ends up getting caught out as a frontliner that just can't kind of cash in the check which it wrote for that very, very isolated dive. And I think after that, Invictus Gaming, with the amount of gold that they had, well, I say that. They actually haven't managed to claim that much off the back of it. That's actually a little bit of a worry. Cho'Gath stops the Silent Engage coming through. Well, maybe that's a good play from the Shy, actually. I'm not sure that Flandre expected the Cho'Gath to be exactly where he was. Then stays a little too forward, and Vi is actually an incredible tank killer. You can't stay there as a front line. He's completely destroyed by those denting blows and the excessive force. Flandre, yeah, they blasted that. It makes it much harder to actually play out the team fight. They do get the dragon. That's a permanent advantage. It is buffed up. The soul shield itself is buffed up by another 25% alongside the base stats, which they have. But of course, it doesn't save them in this fight.
See anyone's Legend try to split up. Tarzan cease and desisted. JJ still had that, so very easy to chase down onto Tarzan, who dies. The thing is, though, Baron's not up, Atakan's not up. They don't have that much in the way of waves to play with, so you get kills, and you're up, what, 3,000 gold? But is that Ruinous Atakan? Is that Mountain Soul? I'm not sure, Al.
And the thing is, Baron hadn't spawned until now. If they could have transitioned that from that point into the Baron, I think IG come out of that and say, look, we can at least snowball off of this and get to whatever. The kills is not enough alone.
No.
You know, I left out that fight thinking, wow, dopamine, great kills. One of the biggest things that I've been talking about this year in my casts and wherever you see me on broadcast is dopamine versus substance. The kills feel good, and it feels good seeing those HP bars go down in a moment like that. However, anyone's Legend now have... Look how big those goddamn shields are. Look how nasty they are. And if they do get themselves good resist, if they get themselves good resist afterwards, they will get buffed up by, what, 5% per dragon? Because the extra 25% is normally 4% resist. That's an extra 10% resist per item. Sion's going to love that, despite being behind, and the rest of the team will not sniff that either.
And look, you've got a gold lead, but where is that gold lead? It's honestly mostly in the jungle, and that's great news, but your Xin Zhao is still ahead in levels, ironically, and still actually in a decent spot with 2 items himself. He's not exactly out of this game for all that the Vi is nearly at a third. That would be nice, but it's not game winning. Yes, Rookie got himself a Seekers, 10-stack Dark Seal, Leandries. If there was anyone in this game who could manage a Mountain Soul onto a lot of tanks, I think this Victor, once he's level 16 as well, may well try and turn into a lore-accurate Arcane Herald, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, it's, you need that Void Staff, man. You need that Void Staff. We also said earlier on, you know, giving out a Tower Gold, stuff like Gala, really important to get towards Lord Dominic's regards and stuff like that. Obviously, that's not come through yet either. IG probably do need those certain breakpoints there. I do agree. There is a power spike yet to happen here from IG.
On the side of it, though, Hope has got the Terminus done. He's a lot harder to manage. That's working really well with the Mountain Soul. You're already getting towards that Blighting Jewel for Shanks. Sion's got 2 items. Lock it down on Kyle. You are in a good spot this game. Of course, Elder on the table at some point. You have got things like the Cho'Gath, so you can cheat around those objectives with Smite and Feast combos that are arguably easier to pull off than, say, the Callista Smite combos.
Yeah, you just press one button at the same time. You don't need any setup for it, like the javelins going into it.
How many spears do I have in again? Yeah.
Oh, it'll do around 1,000 damage. We'll see.
Legitimately, that's an issue, though.
Misfortune just got that 3rd item we talked about. That Lord Dominic's Regards is absolutely huge. Black Cleaver and Vi makes it even easier. Mako caught out. He's been struggling so far on the Nautilus, and that's half his HP.
Tarzan all day stretch, and then comes Hope into the backside. JJ left up, he's going to cease it to simply going nowhere. He's surely just dead. Can't heal enough. You've lost the Vi. Split off for the rest of the team. Flash for the win becomes landing onto the Audacious Charge again. And Rookie goes golden. But he is not first place in this game. That's for damn sure. Throws down an Arcane Storm, but no one gives a damn. The series ended 6 months ago, and this one is ending in about 5 minutes.
Anyone's Legend got themselves the soul, and they got themselves the engage angle. Tarzan flies into the backline. and makes IG pay for walking up too far towards that Baron. Mako caught out at the start of it, and JJ having to kind of snap all in onto Hope. Now that IG couldn't really pin the targets down that they wanted to. They didn't get the damage onto the carries that they needed. Anyone's Legend will get themselves the Baron after this, and I think now they are truly in the lead. Now, Mako goes for a hook onto Tarzan. I don't get it. I think Mako's really struggled in this series. I think that he's had a couple of series back-to-back now, which I've really questioned from him. The fact that the Nautilus is kind of caught out means that JJ feels like he has to all in. Right, we're going to lose our support. We can't just do that. We can't just lose our support for free. But then he just throws himself into the abyss too, and there's no one to kill the carries. Rookie tries to, but of course he's caught out. And he's not enough in the 1v2, especially against the Mountain Soul. Makes it so hard for him to turn around with this Chaos Storm.
Shy gets jumped up and jumped down, and look at the damage in the team fight. Good Lord, Tarzan, that's just hitting a lot of Sundered Sky. And
that is insane.
Wimber comes lightly across 5 people multiple times.
I mean, we saw like a... Okay, folks. We saw a 16,000 damage team fight from Ezreal the other day. I actually think a 6,000 damage team fight from Sin Sao is
quite impressive.
Arguably more impressive at points, because that champion is melee and don't have that much damage compared to an Ezreal. Kyle caught out, but he does have the Mountain Soul.
To jump over this there, it actually gets knocked up, and I think he just goes down. Feast helps secure it, and suddenly you're down a member coming into Elder. That could be problematic. Flandre gets out of the rupture. They're still going to think about fighting this, or even down a member. They are very scary. Dredge line goes wide. Mako doesn't step into the decimating smash. The Shy, though, caught on the Unraveled Earth. Backside, the Rupture comes on up, but Hope still got the damn shield. Mako eats a bit of damage from the threaded volley, and the burn still hitting quite a lot. The range proving a little problematic here for IG.
2 hits on Tarzan, pops the ult early.
Crescent Guard comes on and keeps him alive for now, but what about how long is that going to do? It's something you want to do! JJ flashing on out, they get the kill. The Arcane Storm keeps going live. Open to the backside, trying to get killed. Flash on as he gathering comes on in. Desperately trying to supercharge away. Autoing for his life. Back into the Arcane Storm. Gets a triple and finally falls. Shanks alone against JJ and Gala. The smite is still up for Invictus Gaming though.
JJ could just Q3, just use it on that. Shanks has the Mountain Shield. Again, Kyle coming back into the play after dying at the start of it. We are looking for a smite versus no smite, but it still feels flippy. JJ needs to be oh so careful. Here comes Kyle.
Trying to find an angle. JJ taking low. Gala's in danger. Seismic Shop is onto him. Gala, it's the wrong kind of festival. Elder's taken though by the side of JJ. It was still aggroed. They kill him off as well.
No one survives with the Elder, but at least Anyone's Legend don't get it from the perspective of IG. Kyle comes back after getting caught out the setup for the objective. And with the Baron buff still on for another while, do you get a tower? No. Okay, we have completely neutralized. IG threw a little bit around the Baron. Anyone's Legend kind of returning the favor around the Elder. Lucky to get out of that with what I think ends up being neutral between the two objectives. Of course, Kyle caught out very early here. And the Cho'Gath locks in these tanks so nastily into this kind of play. No flash, of course. The Shy getting good value out of the Cho'Gath there in a way which we haven't necessarily in other ways. Hits another key rupture here. We were talking about, hey, big responsibility on the Shy to perform on this pick. This Q here very, very nearly wins them. Almost maybe even the entire game. Tarzan, quick on his ult, needed to pop that. If he didn't pop that ult, he would have been so dead so quickly. Of course, it only buys him a few seconds, but that's enough to allow Shanks and Tarzan a bit of value. Hope goes invisible after this, and that's obviously doesn't show up on the spectator. That's what saves him and allows him to get enough DPS onto Rookie to get a triple kill in the clutch.
And Shanks is still here with a lot of HP. Elder's still up, and they have to be very careful all the while. The Observer showed it. Kyle coming on down made this very scary indeed. Damage keeps on coming down. Gala stepping that way. The moment he gets caught by that seismic shove, it's all over. Yes, you got the Elder, but JJ just doesn't quite have enough DPS to get rid of Shanks, who still had the Seraph shield.
Okay, so only 1,000 gold in it at this point, so gold lead not really that important. Of course, the neutral objectives for Anyone's Legend kind of important. We talked about the resists gaining more value from the Ruinous Atacon and the Mountain Soul stacking up together. GA and a Terminus for Hope. I love what Hope is doing here, saying, look, I can get some extra resists from these items, which will be buffed up another 10% as well. Get the Mountain Soul on top of it to give me more effective HP. This Kai'Sa is bloody hard to deal with, and Rookie still doesn't have a Void Step. That is really important. Yes, the Gala gets some Armor Pen. Now, importantly, has a Serpent's Fang. Worth noting, that is a shield break for any kind of damage that you do. Even if you hit with the E, which is magic damage, some people assume it's only physical damage that the Serpent's Fang breaks your shield. It will still do that with the magic damage at the Make It Rain. So, Gala, important point now for him to shred those Mountain Shields a little more from Anyone's Legend.
the Shy as well, if I read the numbers on his, or read the number of delineations on his health bar, has over 6,000 HP on this Cho'Gath, by the way, as well. Look at that.
Yeah, we have some real beef. This is like arena mode, folks. If you've ever seen a Cho'Gath or a Scion with Black Hole Gauntlet, which kind of increases, it basically puts like an Aurelion Sol on the floor, which scales with your size. You can cover half the map with a big enough Cho'Gath. It's kind of spooky.
The event horizon this game, possible still for this Cho'Gath. That perma-scaling with the Heartsteel and the stack, still very scary. Lockdown onto Tarzan, who is being jumped on, but the Weavers will split Mako off, has to flash one out to safety.
Mako, it's okay. I will give him for this point now. Earlier in the game, I'll criticize him more for what happened with his positioning. This point, though, hard to play a Nautilus against this much damage and this much tank in front of their carries as well. Mako is probably going to die 1 or 2 more times in crucial moments. And there's not that much you can do for it. Just needs to hope he can get the right ults onto the right target and give IG a fighting chance to take down one of these carries. Having a Seekers onto the Talia hurts again. The GA, we've already talked about that from Hope. Doesn't have the flash to reposition after he revives, but still something to talk about. 20 seconds till Baron, 2.5 until Elder.
Barrier, Mountain Soul, Terminus, and Guardian Angel alongside the ult and flash is a lot from Hope. Alongside things like that Locket, can be very, very difficult to kill off this Kai'Sa in good order. Level 17 as well, just does a lot with the base damages. What they were going to go for last will be something like a Bloodthirster.
We're bush baiting. We're bush baiting, and this is the kind of bush bait which can actually end the game. You can't pick off someone important enough and it changes. Kyle not caught out by the Q. Kai'Sa W spotting out the brushes.
Looking, couldn't quite find it.
Worth noting that Hope rather, doesn't have the W evolved with his build. Went for the Nashes, no extra AP on top of that, so if he doesn't get the reset on the W, can't use that to be ward. But say against a Cho'Gath kind of feels kind of crap anyway, so I'm not going to say it's the worst thing ever. And you are the only real physical damage threat into the late game. I say that was a 6,000 damage to your team fight from Shenzo earlier, but still, point stands. Those W's using for scouts. Mako forced out of the brush.
Hope has got a BF sword in inventory. I'm assuming with the build, it goes towards Infinity. Sorry, Bloodthirst rather than Infinity. There's not that much else crit elsewhere in the build right now.
I don't know. We'll see. Kai'Sa builds are wacky. Right, Dragon, Baron, no vision on it. Minute until that Dragon. This is about late game macro, folks. Many of these players have experienced a lot of that before. We have multiple world champions. Someone either side of the rifts to each other. Out of the fog of war!
JJ managed to queue away just about safety. Flandre went yelling cowards once more, but the unstoppable onslaught does not do that much. On the other side, though, Shy has to flash away himself. He's caught on the other side. Flandre. Bullet time is good, but not enough. And they don't kill off Tarzan. Flandre gets to walk away, but you are down Cho'Gath for Invictus Gaming.
Once again, the front line is going a solo man mission. Each the hook misses from Mako, and Tarzan might get caught out by the wall. Here comes Shanks, but doesn't follow it too much.
Splits the team fight. Audacious charge into the 3 Talon strike means the Nautilus goes down again. Top and support out for the count. 30 seconds on Elder, but anyone's there to say we can rush both.
I think they can. You've got such high damage at this point in the game. You've got a Kai'Sa with a Rage Blade. Yeah, this thing's going to absolutely melt. You don't have the best ability to go towards the bot side of the map, but I think IG already know they can't stay on that bot side of the map. They can't do that. They're pushing out waves because that's the best they've got. IG, they're battening down the hatches. Maybe Rookie can get a pick onto someone as they go towards the Dragon. But remember, he doesn't have the Void Staff still. He's gone for this Roa build, which gives him a load of tankiness and blah, blah, blah. It doesn't give him Magic Pen, which against the Mountain Dragons is really a problem.
He's not even breaking the shield there. That Q did a few hundred damage over time. The Leandries is nice-ish, but you have got to do so much more work here right now.
Teleport into the play, the Shy respawning. Mako going to be up as well. So, IG, don't commit to anything on the spawn. Do let the Baron go over. Anyone's legend. In bot side river. It's not necessarily a done deal just yet. Mako walking his way onto the map.
Here we go again. 36 minutes deep. Anyone's legend with Baron to their name for the second time this game. Bloodthirster just completed for Hope. Not here, but with the ultimate and level 18 will be there very fast if he needs to.
Gives you that extra shield. If he gets hit by Misfortune, all of his shields will be halved. But when you get the Rage Blade, your lifesteal applies twice when you unlock the double on hits. It does affect lifesteal as well. So in the clutch, Terminus, Bloodthirster, extra resist, the Mountain Shield.
Yeah.
Hope is so hard to kill. And also has both summoners. Who doesn't have summoners? Mako the Shy. Yeah, that's a problem. Flandre, yeah, he can also get caught into a play too. And Kyle. Top and support for each team. Down important tools to get out of the meat grinder in the middle of the fight.
GG, a little bit more mobile, but he's down flash too. Vi flash could be critical when you're trying to play on blue side into the Elder Dragon. You've got to get in or out of that pit when you have a wall in the way. And AL saying, look, we're the ones with Baron. You can try and wait us out here, try and force us to stance around that. Instead, we'll just walk towards
Oh, that's so scary. So scary. Shank's almost getting the catch over the wall. Q lands onto Hope, but I don't think he's going to land onto that much. Another Q clean charge up by Sion.
Decent work. Threaded volleys coming to fly on through. There's not that much vision for it. We'll get to that point in the game where there's not that much room in inventory for pink cords.
No, and this is the kind of game where a random piece of CC can legitimately win or lose you this entire series. IG managed to land a Cho'Gath Q on someone important. Maybe they get picked off. Same kind of thing with Seismic Shove from that kind of range. Unlikely to throw someone into the fray before that. No one wants to get caught into the meat grinder. Dragon started up. Ale haven't swept the ward in the pick. Carl gets a pick over the wall.
Mako taken low, flashed on forwards to try and get a pick. It's onto the backline, but it's just not got any follow-up. Shanks is fine. All the way Flandre's at the backside. Rookie has to go golden. 2/3 of HP already down. JJ down to the GA. Popped by the Acathian. Rain in the passive. Flandre low but not dead. Might get feasted. The bullet time won't kill him. The Rupture's not there either. And they've killed off the jungler. Oh! Into the backside with the killer instinct. Will hop on forward. Supercharger. And when an Acathian rains, it pours. It's monsoon season here in the LPL. And Shanks picks up the rest.
It's a rain of rocks as the carries of Anyone's Legend, which have stuck by each other through thick and thin, through years, from WE to Anyone's Legend to taking down Invictus Gaming here. Anyone's Legend are finalists from Split 1, march towards the series end.
A bunch of players who some considered has-beens, a bunch of players who people thought would never be anything, might be one of the best damn teams in the league. Invictus Gaming, the super team, humbled 2 series in a row. There's some serious work to be done.
Some bright moments from Invictus Gaming, but not threading together game and series wins. Anyone's Legend give Invictus Gaming, as you're rightly saying, the second loss on the trot now here in Group Ascend. We know that the top of the table is pretty close, actually, here between a lot of our teams. BLG, Anyone's Legend, Invictus Gaming are in there. I think JDG probably deserve to be there. And, of course, Top Esports too. We'll see where Weibo fall in that, too. Every time these matchups kind of get flicked between each other, I'm thinking, God damn, I want to see more of these games. I'm really enjoying this. And Anyone's Legend, I think their strategy shone through today. They were very disciplined.
Some of the value for Group Ascension already showing itself. We'll get to see quite a lot of games like this, hopefully, which is fantastic news for you and for us back here as well. Speaking of us, I am Initialise. This is Nymaera. We are live on his Twitch channel. Obviously, also live over on his YouTube, and then over on Anivia's YouTube as well. Hello, Anivia. Good to see you guys again. We are brothers. I'm actually his older brother. We are literally related, for better or worse. And we do this kind of damn thing together pretty much every day of the week here on the channel. It's a pleasure to have you all in here with us. Thank you for all the support. Hit 800 subscribers on Twitch today, which is pretty damn cool. To those of you who do have that ability to consider throwing a Prime sub or that £5 extra, can be really, really valuable in terms of keeping us afloat and doing this on a regular basis. This is something we do as our job. So all the support you can give means a huge, huge deal. And if you can't do that, things like liking, commenting, subscribing, following the channel. If you see a cool clip, taking the clip, joining us in the Discord, getting involved in the community, basically, folks, makes a huge, huge difference to myself, to Alex, and to what we do here for the LPL.
Legitimately, the stuff which actually makes the most for us is effectively seeing a clip on Reddit or Twitter go viral and stuff like that. It means an awful lot.
Thank you, K Brown. There we go.
Which chat are we reading while casting? All three, actually. We have 3 chats which we read. Of course, our Twitch chat is most active because that's where we built up a following here for years. But on Onivia, we're seeing a lot of regulars over there too, and of course on my own YouTube chat as well. It's nice to see different people turn up in different places, and honestly, wherever you feel most comfortable in chat and a viewing experience, is where we want you to be. Super team, but it's more like a retirement home. Ouch. We'll see how IG grow from this. Because, I mean, the first game, they got blown open by a level 1 plan and they just couldn't recover. That was pretty bad to see. Player of the series, quite clearly for me, is Kyle. I think in this set player of the game for the second one, Hope, I guess.
I think had a really that massive triple kill at the Elder, I think, was pretty clutch.
Although I also think that Tarzan had a good game too on the Shinzo. I think he set things up very well. But I think it was probably Hope.
Probably Hope or Tarzan. Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I saw some comments in chat about you know MF not being a tank killer and stuff like that. Well, I don't completely agree. I think in this case, obviously, it's not going to be the case because there is a Ruinous Atakan buffing up 2 Mountain Dragons for a Mountain Soul, which also gets buffed up by the Ruinous Atakan for an extra 20% there. And also, the Victor is not adding that much damage to the tank killing. I want to see this Rod of Ages build gone. I actually don't think it is helping you build the late game DPS. There's no point being safe and having more HP if 1, you're not getting hit anyway, and 2, you're not dealing with damage to win the team fight. It's really frustrating me now.
I think the other thing is, like, MF is a conditional tank killer. Did you get a massive charge of a roll across a tank without getting interrupted? with a good angle where the tank didn't escape? Did you get into range to auto and Q a lot of times? That's quite close for a tank to be, or to be in range of a tank as a misfortune. Do you really want to be there, actually? And those questions come in, whereas something like the Kai'Sa, the mobility, the kit, the way that plasma works, she's just slightly better at it. And with the build as well, she's just safer doing it in a way the misfortune isn't, bluntly. So, you know, that conditionality of it all makes it quite tricky. And then I also have to call it out, like the build wasn't fantastic to assist in the misfortune doing it, right? Like the Cho'Gath was doing okay, but Rookie went for very tanky and then into a death cap. I think the Void Staff in there would have been really valuable and probably quite astute, because they weren't dealing with Flandre, they weren't dealing with the Mountain Soul Shields, and that Kai'Sa even became increasingly difficult to deal with, because your JJ was 2.5k ahead, jumping onto a Kai'Sa to do 20% of her HP. Like, that's pretty miserable. There's the goal graph. The problem is that 3.9k lead came at the cost of Dragon Soul, and that was pretty miserable to manage. Like, Gala, not bad damage numbers there, mate, but look at Rookie. That's like 10k less than Shanks on a Victor.
Yeah, I think I don't want to see the Rod of Ages build in a game like this. If you're hitting a Scion, I don't care about your Rod of Ages. I want to see a Leandries. I want to see a Blackfire. That needs to happen for the extra burn, and it didn't. And the Void Staff. Where the hell's the Void Staff against so many resistances being built up? Would be so much value for you.
Okay, I'm going to run to the loo, and I will put my own stream on.
Okay.
Because I ought to.
Okay, well in that case, we will wait until he's there, and then we'll send you over. If you're on Twitch, we'll send you over to watch Sam there. And if you're on YouTube, you know, we'll stick around and we'll wait for the
MVPs.
We'll wait for the MVPs and stuff like that. I'll be off that. We've had a long day today, folks. We had German lessons in the morning, as we will do on weekdays now. Reminder, folks, that for when you're catching things on these streams now, because of Sam and I need to learn German for our visas. We live in Germany, you live in Berlin for the purpose of the LEC. We will be not casting, well, rather, we will be streaming, but with only game audio, so you won't hear our voices over it for only the very first game of the first series of the day, because our lessons overlap. Yeah, wait, roast for Zareth, I will do. Oh, wait, did you do that for Zareth? No, it's all good, I'll do it. But yeah, so it means that the first game of the day on weekdays, not on weekends, so the weekends is going to be fine. Ditch German, learn French. I need it for my visa. I do like French as a language. It sounds very beautiful, but I do need this for, you know, life stuff, you know. Also, my girlfriend speaks German, so I should, you know, at least learn that, you know. Feels like that's only right at this point. Learn German with chat when? I could do some well, I don't know if we're going to get many people tuning in for German homework. Rookie was cooking 1v9 during his time with Evan. He was so good on NIP. That spring split specifically when he had Ari, Talia, Aurelion Sol was so cool. So cool. Good try. I guess I could do some German homework between games. Yeah, true. Make it a communal thing. Get used to speaking it in front of people. We'll pay with subs. Okay, and also thank you so much for everyone that has dropped likes, comments. If you've subscribed on YouTube or Twitch or something like that, it obviously makes a big difference. Sam did that spiel before, but yeah, it means a lot that you're here. If you're enjoying yourselves, perfect for us. Let me know when you're good, Sam. And then I'm going to go off stream and rest my brain for a bit. And then, I don't know, I guess maybe go outside for a bit. We'll see. Yeah, maybe I'll go outside for a bit. I haven't done that for a while. Why does that sound so strange? What's up? Yeah, I probably should do that. I don't go outside that much. I'd love to learn German, but I think I might sound accidentally... It's all good. I mean, yeah. Hope MVP? It has to be, doesn't it? Has to be. You know, there are a lot of, funnily enough, there's actually a lot of Chinese nationals that speak German, because there's a big link between Xi'an and Germany in terms of the automotive industry. So, someone I knew in Berlin a couple of years ago, they were like, oh, you're going out to Xi'an? I used to live there for like 9 years, because my dad used to work at a car company out there. So what the hell? Oh, Tsingtao? Really? Damn, didn't realize. But yeah, Xi'an has a, yeah.
My mum had to take German lessons to get citizenship. It's pretty manageable. Yeah, I mean, it's just the time span for us. We need to do it. We left it a little late, so we've got to spam lessons, basically. We'll do our best, and, you know, we've got some people to help us, which is cool. Caster agreed I'm invincible. Look, I think Rookie is one of those players, I think at certain points people were thinking Rookie was the second best player of all time back in like 2018, 2019. Because he was so goddamn good in early years of LCK and then went over to do very well in LPL eventually. But I think that time is over. That time's been over for a while. And we haven't seen him internationally in so long now. But I think last spring he was very good. Last spring he was very, very good. Oh, Tsingtao was originally a German city in the same way. It was a German like colonized city, right? Okay. Or like a trade city or whatever. Yeah. Okay, I guess I'll wait until Sam, is your stream live? Okay, folks, if you're on YouTube, we'll say goodbye to you here. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again whenever you want to stop by. Auf Wiedersehen und guten Tag here.